Oops. Clicked the wrong thing. Just blackness. Oh, hello. How's everyone doing? I think the camera might be focus on the camera might be going a bit weird. So if my face keeps going out of focus, please can somebody let me know? Oh my goodness. All right. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, everyone. We made it to the end of another week. And hopefully you can hear and see me. Oh dear me. I think the camera is going funny. Right. I'm gonna just check the focus a second. It has a tendency to change the focus on its own.
Oh, I hope everyone sees your pajamas.
I don't know if they'll be lucky enough to see the pajamas. Hang on. Oh, just trying to bend around everything. There we go. Happy Friday indeed. Right, this is going to be a bit of a random one today. So I was thinking earlier, like I've worked on a few different things this week, and I was thinking, what shall I work on? What do I fancy doing on this fine Friday evening? And we were talking about astrology earlier, and we were talking about star signs and things, and I'm a Scorpio, and then I thought, oh yeah, let's just do something with a giant scorpion. Very Dark Souls, Bloodborne, big boss style. So I've got a giant scorpion. This is kind of a mixture of different assets. So we've got some Adobe stock stuff, real photographs here, and then we've got I think that's a photo and illustration, I'm not sure. And then we've got some AI generated stuff as well. So I've got my heroine here. I did try a few others, but it's much better to just describe the sort of warrior person I want, and then I can just kind of put them in. And obviously trying to find a decent looking scorpion this sort of size that looks badass was now an impossible. So that's where I would typically like generate my own stock assets. Just because then like monsters, characters, impossible creatures become possible. So I've got this fella here at the right angle. We're going to get rid of him. And yeah, we'll see. This is going to be in the background, so I don't really care if this is like how it looks like a bit sort of generated or whatever, but that's going to be in the background. This fella is the one that needs to look as delicious as possible. And I'm going to show you a very clever trick with her and the rotate object feature as well, which is flipping brilliant for this sort of stuff. So do you think you can do a nebula? Well, I don't know if we can get a nebula into this one. We'll see. Cartoon character on the pajamas. Oh, what are they? I couldn't find my Peppa Pig one. Oh no, my Peppa Pig ones. No, I found my Peppa Pig ones earlier on. Spoiler: I've got Peppa Pig pajamas. Who got them for me? Well, obviously wasn't me. And then the cats did a shit on them. So I was like, great. Well, I'm not wearing those. So these ones have got.
I mean, they're clean now, but
oh, are they? Oh, there we go. You must have seen the Peppa Pig pajamas. I was going to guess Peppa Pig. Yes, you know me too well. I mean, I love it. Okay, they're comfy. All right, I'm happy to rock Peppa Pig pajamas, even though she is a little bit obnoxious and does get on my nerves.
so nice.
Daniel is putting on his pajamas. Oh dear, Daniel fell over. Doot doot. Right, we got pizza controllers, and I think that is a pint of something, beer, lager, or whatever. That is what's on my pajamas. Anyway, no one really cares. So we'll start with this. Normally I say don't rush this process, but I want to get something done tonight. I want to try and create something really cool, and we're gonna put a little bit of pressure on and see if it's possible. I don't know where this is going to go. I've got a rough idea. I kind of threw this together before the stream. Just rearranging bits and pieces, but we'll see. I think I'm going to go. I don't know why. I've got this idea that, I mean, you can probably tell I want it to be Japanese themed with her, and we've got the pagodas and all this stuff. Scorpion. It's probably a Japanese scorpion as well. We've got these things. I don't know if I can get those in anywhere, but yeah. Yeah, I feel like black and red. I want to do something with lots of like desaturated colors and reds. And I don't know what it's going to look like, but we'll find out. Humpski Dansky sat on a wall. A Peppa Pig blanket? I don't think so. Have I got a...
Yeah, no.
Where? I've got a really soft wolf blanket. Like it's got like a picture of a wolf on.
We've got a Percy
It's hanging
Pig.
up there.
We've got a Percy Pig blanket.
Who the fuck's Percy Pig?
M&S.
Percy Pig?
Yes.
Oh
Percy Pig.
God.
Percy
That's a...
Pig.
Is that not like a rip-off of Peppa Pig?
No, Percy Pig was around before Peppa Merch.
If you say so.
Percy
Huh.
Pig great sweets as well.
Sweets?
Yes,
Really?
Percy Pig sweets from M&S.
Oh, if you say so. If you say so, Cupcake. Anyway, back to Scorpions. Peppa Pig aside. We should put a giant... Oh my God. Put a picture of Peppa Pig into Firefly and say, make this realistic.
Oh, no.
Because they've got like
Creepy.
their 2D Picasso faces that look like hair dryers. It would look so
I've
terrifying.
seen someone else do that. It's really creepy.
Oh my goodness. And then animate it as well. No, no thank you.
Yeah, okay, but you do have a pig blanket. Eli is obsessed with pigs.
Oh yeah, you've probably seen me covered in the pig blanket, but it is my son's. It's not mine. I swear. Promise. Right. Anyway, Scorpions. Come on, let's stay focused. I need some music. So, Poppy, love, I will see you in the chat. Yes, it is definitely game. We're watching Game of Thrones right from the start again. I
For the fourth time.
for the is it the 4th or the millionth? I watch clips of it all the time online. I am obsessed. Dun dun dun. Right, let's go. Oh, Light of the 7. Right, so we've got Monsieur Scorpion. What size is this anyway? Oh, this is a bit. Can I not get it? That feels a bit low res. I'm just going to try and get that a bit bigger. Doo-doo. Oh yeah, I was going to try and generate some rocks as well. Let me open this up so you can see what I'm doing. Where was my best scorpion? I think it was this one. So if I go to edit, I should be able to just... Oh, I think the knight's suddenly gotten bigger. Make higher res and remove the man. Yeah, so I've set the size to 4K. I think I must have done like a low res generation before. I got to make sure the scorpion looks sharp because that is like the focal point. So whatever you're going to do in your piece of and have a focal point, it's got to look crispy if possible. Nice and crispy. All right, let's get that in there. I don't know if I want him raising his claw as well. Yeah, like one claw raised. I will be around for a bit, Raquel. There's a chance I might fall asleep. No. Happy Friday from the East Bay, California. Hey. Hey, Barry. Whoa, what the hell is... What? What's happened? Okay. That's not quite what I was hoping for. Where's my other one? I had a really good one somewhere. I will find this one. Oh! Is it in the... I swear there's an upscale feature for generative upscale. What am I doing? Let me just use that. I forget some of these features. They're in beta and then they sneak in. Let's just try that. Here we'll go Firefly 4 times. Let's be greedy. I've not tried this before. Let's see how this turns out. Love it. I've got you live. Your content is so helpful. Awesome, Stevie. Awesome. Is it your first time here live? I hope if it is that you enjoy it and it lives up to the expectations. Okay. Oh yeah, that's... Hang on, let's do a comparison. Yeah, that's definitely better. It's not perfect, but that is a heck of a lot better. So, right, we'll do that and use the remove tool just to get rid of this fella here. Love this. This tool is so flipping good. There was a point where I would use it, I think earlier on, and it would just generate random things, like totally random things, like people and stuff. But now it's just amazing. And I'm pretty sure it doesn't cost any credits or anything either. So it just like things like the clone stamp tool and the healing brush tool. They're still really good tools, but I just don't really use them for a lot of what I do anymore. Okay, right, we got a Scorpion. Let's get you in. Where's my document? Have I closed my... Did I even have a document to start with? Oh, goodness damn, this is what a mess. Hang on, let me open this. There we go. There's a document. I do know what I'm doing, honest. Andrea, stop laughing. Okay. Right, okay, we've got the scorpion in. Let's get all the other images in. So this is my scene. So first thing is to make these smart objects. So we'll call this C. If you make them smart objects, it's good because you can then scale them up and down and you're not going to lose any quality. It will maintain that quality from their native size. Sky. I feel like this is a lush sunset, but I don't really know what I'm going for yet. So I'm going to start with something a bit more drab. Go clouds, smart object. And this is the first part of the process. Is to literally just comp everything together. Select subject, which is amazing now. It does such a good job. If you do photo manipulation, you've got to use select subject because it just makes such short work of everything. Okay. Oh, I lost a lot of rocks then. That's no good. Quick selection tool. We can just add to that selection. Yeah. Oh, it's just phenomenal. Look at this. Flipping brilliant. I wish I had that back when I did that. Do you remember when I cut out Big Ben? It took me about 2 hours to pen tool around Big Ben, and now it would quite literally take seconds. Right, we've got clouds. Let's stick them behind. And so we'll start to build this out first. Right, what are we doing here? So let's build our scene. We've got to pick a part of this. So we could have the landscape there, or we could try and build something here. So we could have the subject down in the corner. I can't wait to show you this. Have you tried the new rotate object feature? It's so flipping good. The amount of times that I find a picture of a character that I want, whether it's a stock or whatever, and I want them like from behind, you know, if they're drawing their sword, I want that shot from the behind, and it's so hard to find it. And sometimes the prompts just don't understand it. They don't get what you mean. It's your first live. Excellent. Is that more progress than earlier, Andrea? Let's go and refine that. Yeah, quick selection tool. Let's go. Beautiful. Yeah, so select subject and quick selection tool, they quite literally make short work of anything. Okay. Let's just call her Ronin. Ooh, I just had an idea. Ha! Something just popped in my head, actually. This is totally random, but actually this could be quite good inspiration. It's not quite what I had in mind. I've not played this game. Rise of the Ronin. It's the same people that do the Neo games. And it just popped into my head. Very Japanese theme, slightly different. But I love how they've got that one palette, clearly the blues, and then they just got that splash of red. That's what I really like. So we'll keep that as a reference somewhere. Hey, Varun, your first live. Excellent. Right, we're going to pop her down here. She's obviously way too big. We're going to rotate her. And we're going to have her facing the scorpion. You think so? Okay, cool. I will check it out in a bit. Yeah, what am I going to do with this? Do we have one scorpion or loads of scorpions? Clash of the Titans vibes. Yes, a little bit like that. I play like a lot of Dark Souls games and things, so I love the sort of massive bosses. A few other bits I've done are like that, but yes, very much Clash of the Titans. Let's look at the artwork for that actually. Clash of the Titans. Is that the first one with Sam Worthington? I think I saw that. Where he goes after Medusa. Oh, it's going back a few years now. Yeah, it's got like a very. I think it's sort of similar to 300. It's got that like, is it sepia, yellowy, very warm palette. Right, it's obviously it looks terrible when you're doing it because it's just loading, but we can now rotate her around, and this is amazing. I've used this feature for a few things, but this probably takes the cake for me. I'd love some cake. It's kind of mucked up the sword, but we can fix that, and she's now got two ponytails, but we'll see. She's going to be very small. I need your other leg in there. Oh, they fight a scorpion in that, do they? One is enough. And we got our Scorpion. So then maybe we have this kind of coming out of the sea would be good. So we'll have it on an angle, which is cool. It makes it feel a little bit more dynamic. But also it makes it more interesting as well because the whole thing is very obviously rectangular. And as soon as we start introducing some interesting angles, it can become visually a bit more eye-catching. Ooh, I wonder, coming out the water? Let's mask off the bottom. So we're just going to crank the hardness up. Let's see how this looks. It's about framing it as well. The composition has got to look right. So maybe something like that. And then for the sky, let's open this up and then we'll put the clouds in here because this is kind of part of the scene. So I think it's probably easier if we just work on this in its own smart object. So we'll just really quickly select the sky with the quick selection tool, which is bloody phenomenal. There we go. We'll come back to color in a minute. Something like maybe like that. So you got that light patch. Probably could make it a bit smaller actually, because we're not going to see the whole image, are we? Yeah, that looks nice. Well not done. That was pretty good. I've got this fella coming up out of the water here. And is this going to be water? Should it be lava or something? I don't know. Might be making more work for myself there. Maybe I should shut up. Castle. That could fit quite nicely there, actually. Actually, I've screwed this up a bit. I should actually convert that back to layers. Just so I can move all of the bits around independently. Because on this one, the sea image, I might get rid of some of this rock. So remove tool again. We'll just get rid of this bit because we've got our own rock. Cue the Godzilla music. In the water, it looks like, wow, that's the goal is to make it look less like it's been beaten. And I know what you mean, yeah. More like it's coming out, unless she has already beaten it. I don't know. Yeah, it's a really nice symmetry there. But that's going to be fog and it's going to be all sorts. We're going to have a crashed ship. I don't really like this rock. It looks weird. The sea looks all right. This does look a bit AI generated, but I don't think it was labeled as one, so I'm not really sure. But the rock looks a bit rubbish, but I think I've got some backup rock, which that's no good actually. Let's find some rock. Oh, might have some. Oh my god, I think this rotate object feature is going to be insane for. Oh my god, I've got some rock. I've got some rock. We're good. Right. Yeah. I want to try and get her up on there if I can. That would be really sick. So. God, I think back to when I first started my career. We'll call it Pride Rock. And I couldn't. I don't even know if the quick select tool was around at the beginning. Magic Wand tool was. Manually selecting things with the pen tool was. Flipping out. Okay, let's shrink this down. Yeah, so obviously we're gonna have to reposition it. Actually, no, I think that I might prefer that because the Scorpion, it feels like everything needs to be a bit higher. Yeah, like it's not quite filling enough of the scene. Obviously, we can fix that there. And we could play around with the scale as well. We could give it two tails, two stingers. Just for fun. Let's see what that would look like. Copy. Paste. Yeah, let's just get that in there. Just do it super quick for now. We don't want to spend a long time on it. Just because we don't know where this is going yet. So we want to just rush through not rush, but get through the composition-y bit to see if this idea is actually even worth pursuing, because it might be terrible, in which case we don't want to spend ages retouching it. Two stingers or one? Yeah, have him away from the edge so you can see a little bit down the side there. I like the angle. And I also don't want the character to be over him because it makes it harder for them to stand out. And I don't know what kind of crazy wizard sword they got there. That ain't a katana. But Shigen will be quite small. So we'll pop a proper sword back in her hand. In fact, oh, maybe I could use this one. I knew there was a reason I had this. Let's see if we can just quickly stick this in her hand. Give her an upgrade. Is it going to select it on that background? Yeah, it is. It's so good. Oh, I flipping love Photoshop. Right, there you go. Oh, mini segue. I teach this stuff as well. So I have my full course. It's pinned in the chat, linked in the description. If you want to learn all this mad stuff, I teach it. And when you get stuck, you can message me for help and I will give you feedback, answer questions. It's not as hard as you think. It's just it takes a bit of time to learn the tools and the right techniques, but that's why I teach it in my courses, just because you don't have to take ages learning it. I'll just shortcut it for you. All right. I spent 20 years learning how to do this. It doesn't take 20 years. Oh dear. That's where I draw the line. Yeah, I'm sorry. Gone too far, haven't I? I crossed the line, Stevie. You know, I wasn't sure if the angle would work, but this is actually going to work perfectly. Okay, this is a turntable layer. So we're going to... Yeah, I can mask it. Okay. Get rid of this. We've got a second ponytail there as well. So we'll do something like that, but we will come back and... Yeah, we'll redo all the hair. Ooh. It's quite a big sword. Don't think the angle's quite right. If I can be bothered to, I will rotate object on it, but I don't need to right now. This needs to be bigger though, because it's way too small at the minute. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I was going to get rid of the scabbard, but I think we'll keep it. Probably change it for a different one or a more interesting one. Or maybe we'll just make our own scabbard. Make a completely unique one. Give it a nice texture or something. Oh yeah, I was going to say it's worth it, Stevie. Obviously, I would say that. No, I think it is. I think it is, and I think any of you in the chat that have taken, whether it's my Photoshop courses or my Illustrator ones, I'm sure you'll attest to not just the quality of the course, but the support as well. Like I do support people. It's not just like a, you know, one and done. Right. Can I get away with removing that rock? I'm gonna have to, aren't I? Yeah, let's try it, because then Monsieur Scorpion can go there. Hydra stingers, goodness me. That might be going too far. Or maybe we maybe we replace the stingers and we just have like a serpent instead. There's a mythological creature and I can't remember what it is. It's like a lion, a goat, and a snake. And it begins with C, and I've forgotten the word. I don't know if anyone can remember it. This is better. So I'm going to have part of his claw snippy thing. I think, well, yeah, there we go. That's a bit better. So he's kind of coming out the water, but it also nicely fills this area down here. And fried rock. No, that's a silly idea, Dan. Don't do that. There we go. Just going to go around some of this. Just freehand these rocks, sculpt them a little bit. Change the color and all that later. I'm just using Photoshop's default brush with a hardness of 0. Just so you don't get a soft edge. If you use the 0% one for cutting stuff out, watch this. You get like a feathered edge and you really don't want that. So we'll just keep it nice and hard. Quickly cut stuff out. Probably should try the sunset. Whether we go boring grey clouds or sunset is going to change the vibe of the scene quite considerably. And let's just see if we can generate more sunset. This is the sort of part of the design where I would just use something generative because I don't want to spend ages retouching a sunset. It's like probably one of the most minuscule parts of this whole thing. It's not going to do it, is it? I want to take it. Oh no, it has taken it a bit lower. Let's just try and do the whole thing. Let's just go sunset. Chimera, is that the one? It might be, yeah. Well, it's giving me water, what I don't want, but it's a bit lower down, so I'll take it. Yeah, oh, that's fine. That works. We'll just add a new layer. I'm just gonna, this time I will use a soft brush. Just brush it in here, we don't need. Yeah, that's fine. As long as there isn't any water, that will do just fine. If we're gonna have the sunset a bit higher. It will look pretty cool. Oh, maybe the sunset would look really good. Oh, thank you, Andrea. Yeah, right. Let's have some of this submerged as well. Let's strip out the color as well. This will be the exposure checker in a minute. I'll explain why. So at the moment we are like looking at this with color, and obviously it looks weird. It's not going to look unweird. It's not a word, but here at least we can strip it out and we can focus more on the composition. Definitely got to have some sort of cape blowing, I think. And maybe a few more rocks. Is it coming out of her neck? Have a look. Oh, have I moved it around? Whoops. Good spot, Stevie. just testing. Just testing. Okay, hang on. Right, we've got more rocks coming in. I mean, the other option is actually we just abandon the sea and we go full rocks. Completely change the vibe of this whole thing. And have it stuck in the ground. These are quite cool, actually. I like this. Could be used as a really nice framing device. Oh, damn. Might be onto something here. Oh, Ashley. These are really good. That is quite a cool... Yeah. What do you reckon? Make this a bit smaller so it's a bit further away. Then we'll have to add a bit more rock there. Yes. Yeah, you're right, actually. It's almost made it like a little bit of a gauntlet, hasn't it? You ain't just walking around this little pickle. You got to go straight through him. And I like the framing here as well. These kind of where they kind of curve in. It does. It almost... This is like Princess Peach's castle off in the distance. And this little chicken here, he's not having it. He ain't going to let you through. Yeah. Bit more interesting. That's why we spend so much time on this part of the process, because, you know, we've made some pretty, I'd say, structural changes to a lot of it. And we don't want to be ideally doing all that after we start the retouching. Ooh, there's a cave here as well. Well, yeah, it looks like a cave. That's perfect. Kind of little cave off of the water. Yeah, I think we're going to keep the water. We've got these rocks down here that don't really fit now, though. So, do you know, I really like these rocks. In fact, I think we're going to be cheeky and reuse these. Yeah, we're going to reuse these. I think Pride Rock might have to go. It makes a bit more sense if it's all the same sort of rock as well. Just need a bit for it to stand on. There you go. Maybe something like that. There we go. And we've covered up the other rocks as well. Almost. There's a little bit there. There we go. That's an easy thing to fill, so I'm not gonna stress about that now. In fact, no, I'm gonna fix it. We're just literally gonna grab some rock here. Copy merge. Rock is great because it's so heavily textured. Look, you can just throw it in and you'd be hard pushed to tell where it starts and ends, right? There we go. So rather than having 3 different rocks in one environment, which makes no bloody sense, it now makes a bit more sense. These rocks over in the background don't they? So we're gonna use probably the same rock there as well. And let's just get rid of all this. We'll just clean it up just in case we do like move some parts around. We don't want no dodgy retouching showing. So we've got a slightly different rock here for the castle, but I think we're not going to see a lot of that. In fact, yeah, oh, even better. Oh my god. It's amazing how much use you can get out of one bit of rock. We'll just distort this a little bit so it comes up around the castle. And this one's going to come to the front. So we're just getting the order right as well. And this bit here meets the water as well. So we're just going to really lazily do that because you're not going to really see this anyway. Pride Rock, I'm sorry. You probably are going to go. because it's just the texture doesn't match. Yeah. I mean, I've just had an idea actually. You just give me an idea, Stevie. What about if we cover, it might be a bit too much, but if we cover the creature in rock, almost like it is a rock scorpion? I don't know. It's either going to look terrible or really cool if it works. Let's shrink it down first. This is it's getting a little bit rockalicious, but let's just get some rock texture there. You don't want to start doing blending modes yet. I'm being a bit cheeky here, but where is it? This one, yeah. So we might even be able to blend some texture through and then use a blending mode. Some sort of combination to put a bit of texture on him in a few places. Yeah, you want the underlying layer shadows to come through. There you go. But it could be a bit much. Maybe just in a few select places. But we'll leave that for now. The only thing I'm not really sold on is the character here. I'm not 100% on the character. Wonder if it should be more of them. I always typically have like a hero or a heroine in my artwork. Or some sort of focal point. And what if there were 3 of them? Like an elf, like a dwarf and a ranger. Let's just let's go Lord of the Rings or something. I don't know. This is cool. Or Spartan. Go for like a Spartan with the shield and the red cape. That would fit the theme. This could fit the theme actually. We'll put Gerard Butler in there. With the red cape would look really, really cool. Yeah, Golden Axe. That's what I was thinking. A mixture between Lord of the Rings and Golden Axe. I need a good shot of Leonidas. The only problem is I've got a Japanese castle in the background. So, I don't know. Maybe the Spartan got lost on his way to Greece and he ended up in Japan. Right, let's just try it. So what I'm going to do for this is I'm going to use GPT to write me a better prompt than I'll write because I'm not very good at prompt writing. So we'll paste that in and say, I need a Spartan warrior That'd be a good fit. Let's see what it does. Oh no, it's gonna. I don't want it to make it. I want to. I want to get the prompt. Oh, let's see what it does. I mean, if it does a good enough job, it's only tiny, so we'll see. No, I need the written prompt. I can't even spell. I know either written prompt. 8K detail. Well, we're not going to get that, are we? But let's give it a go. I use the banana too. Have it up. See what it does. I like how the compositions come together. It looks very like rock heavy at the minute, but that's because we haven't actually done anything. We've not like retouched it or done any depth or shadows or anything. So the whole thing at the minute, it looks very flat. But in the end, some bits will be a bit more blurred, they'll be darker or obscured by fog, and we will get this long distance, that sense of depth as well. That's exactly what I want. That is exactly. I couldn't have asked for anything better. That is exactly what I want. Oh my god. The shield's a bit small. Make the shield 20% larger. Solid white background. Let's have him 2K. Make him bigger. Yeah, I don't have any interest in generating just full images. I like it on a plain background, usually pretty flat or uninteresting lighting, so then I can go and retouch shadows and things myself. Otherwise, if you've got very prominent shadows and highlights in the thing already, you have to really contend with it if you need to like reverse it or something. Hey, Space Within, how's it going? Yeah, that's what I want. That was better than I even imagined, and I love the fact the cape is torn as well. How the flipping heck did it know that that's what I wanted? Ridiculous. Anyway, let's stop gushing over Firefly. I will take it. Yeah. Bit closer match on the angle as well. So, sorry, Ronan. Spartan. Spartans, lay down your weapons. Persians, come and get them. Flipping brilliant. I love that film. When I first saw that years ago, I was like vibrating with excitement. I swear. I mean, the other option is actually we play around with perspective and we have something a little bit different. We'd have to make the rocks here a lot bigger for this to make sense. Yeah, he's got to be stood right at the edge, isn't he? Like, screw you. You're here now, Kerry. We've not really done anything apart from make a composition sort of thing. I mean, we could make it truly horrifying and add a serpent instead of the stinger. Let's make it more work for myself. Generate a Hydra. Oh god, I'm making so much work for myself. Okay, we've gone from Japanese to Greek in the space of an hour. Has it been an hour? I haven't done anything yet. Generate a 3-headed Hydra. Let's bump the resolution. No, I'll do it this because otherwise I just use loads of credits and then I can upscale it in Photoshop if I need to. We'll try this, and if it turns out crap, then we'll go and get a prompt and for it. So write me a prompt to generate this. I can't type. It knows what I mean. I love to do photo manipulation. Awesome. Oh, just generate me. Wait, why can't it generate me a Hydra? Flipping it. That's terrifying. Maybe we take 2 of those. Let's try 2. We'll just... We'll see how it looks. I think 3 heads would be a bit much. So we'll just grab this. I mean, even 2 might be too much, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. What the hell are you doing, Dan? Oh dear. I don't know if it looks a bit shit now, or if it's getting like a little bit too like AI-ified. I don't want that, and the angles don't match anyway. Let's keep it to a scorpion. You like the Hydra? I don't know. One thing that would be fun to try, just to try and rotate the Hydra and see if it fixes it. Yeah, I think you got to call it done, Kerry. Otherwise, you can end up in design hell where the project never ends. I'm sure you've got loads of cool ideas you want to move on to. Let's see if it's any good just before we write it off. Yeah, that's what we're doing. It's called rotate object in Photoshop, just to complicate things. It's slightly different, to be fair. It is a slightly different feature. And it's really good with raster stuff. So we'll keep these bits at the base. Then we have to attach them to that. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to try anyway and separate them. So we're going to separate this one here. And separate the other one. So they're on their own separate layers. And then I'm going to adjust the angle of this one. Just tilt it slightly just so it makes sense. So it's pointing the same direction forward as the scorpion. You see how much work goes into doing it properly before you even get to the crazy Photoshop part. This is what I did wrong for years. Oh no, it's reset my angle now. Okay. Could even have one of them. Actually, no, that would make sense. You could have one floating in the water. Already dealt with. Yeah, look, he's looking right at him now. That's way better. Could even make this one bigger. What does that make? Not make sense. No, let's not fuck around too much. I'm eating my cheese and going to bed. You're going to be used as background noise again. I'm eating my cheese and going to bed.
You get nightmares.
Doesn't it give you nightmares? That's what I was always told as a kid. If you eat cheese before bed, you get nightmares. Then again, I was told that if you eat carrots, you can see in the dark, and that was all rubbish, wasn't it? So, I don't know. You lied to me, mother.
Wait, Andrea doesn't sleep.
Hey?
Andrea doesn't sleep.
She does now.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
She's turned over a new leaf. She sleeps. What do we think? Hydras or just regular scorpion stinger? What do you think, Pops? You've always got an opinion on something, whether it's invited
I'm
or not.
an hour behind on the stream. Hold on.
Well, you got to catch up, haven't you?
Hold on. Let me. Whoa! What the? Why's the dragons coming out his butt?
It's like a. Do you hear that? She said, "Why is there dragons coming out of his butt?" I mean, we could go back to one stinger. It was one stinger before, but I feel like it's not big enough. So if we just expand the canvas, I feel like the claws are really big and the stinger is just a little bit disappointing. It's almost a bit like, I don't want to be mean, but it's like, really? Is that it? So maybe let's do a bit of stinger surgery. We'll chop it off and make it a bit bigger. Yeah, maybe that's too big. I don't know. We'll go for one though. Oh, I don't know. I think that's too big now. Yeah, maybe one stinger. Because then you can see the castle as well. I'm gonna try this as well. Although the sunset will look really good. Let's just generate some more sky. I think the sunset will look a bit better. The sunset will illuminate everything and create some very dramatic shadows, which might make the creature actually look a bit more terrifying because it will be very like in shadow. This would be like a slightly different vibe. Yeah, a little bit of whiskey. Stinger surgery. Oh, I don't know. Grey clouds or sunset? Sunset would be more epic. You right, Pops?
I'm just leaving the door and Leo started dancing, so I started dancing too.
As you do. Carry on. You could have some additional rock there that could be like blurred out or something. Yeah. Right. Okay. We'll leave that there. We'll get rid of Ronin. Rock. Let's just get rid of all that. Okay, have our scorpion there. We've got our lovely scorpion. Extra rocks. We're going to name everything so I actually know what on earth I'm doing. Rocks. Bottom. Okay, rocks. Middle. Rocks right. Rocks left. And this process that I'm doing now, we've taken like nearly an hour and a half on this, but this is how I create some of the work that I love the most. So please don't rush it. It's about following the process. So you've seen me probably do it in the streams. If you want to learn it in depth without watching like a 2-hour stream or 6 hours of stream, then I teach it in my Photoshop course, the advanced one that dives into like all the advanced stuff. First class does cover an introduction to compositing and retouching. Like you would take a guitar and dunk it in water and all that cool stuff, but you want the advanced stuff that's in the masterclass. Right, I'm pretty happy with that. We've got space up here for a few birds, maybe, or something. Could have something like a mast there with something attached to it, a trinket or something. And we've got some water. That's pretty good. Let's get rid of that. Okay, next thing we've got to do is balance the exposure. So we're going to turn on that exposure checker that I made earlier. And we're not adding all the shadows at the minute. We're just balancing the exposure between the different images. So you can see that Spartan and Monsieur Scorpion are very dark. The rocks are not. So we have to balance all of these, effectively like set a level playing field before we start doing anything. So we'll use levels for the rocks, and you'll see I'm just going to bring the shadows down until the shadows, midtones, and highlights on the rocks match the Spartan. Something like that. You can drag that onto the other rocks that are nearby as well, because it's the same piece of rock, which does make life a lot easier. There we go. In fact, actually, it's all the same rock. So in theory, these ones up here probably a bit too dark now because they're showing different parts of the rock. So I'm going to dial it back a bit. And then the one on the right, just maybe this, because we've got a lot of shadows there. Maybe bring the highlights up a little bit. Does that make sense what I'm doing? So the dark parts of the image, the medium gray parts and the light parts, we've got to balance them between everything. That's why we do it without color, because balancing exposure here is just super hard. So we just take the color out of the equation. Sunset. We'll leave the sunset as is because it's like off in the distance and it's kind of its own thing. We'll do the same with the castle as well. So we're going to use levels, bring up some of the highlights, push down the midtones, drop the shadows a little bit. Oh, and the sea as well. The flipping sea. Don't forget that, Dan. Yeah. So we're going to bring some of the shadows down, highlights up. This one, yeah, something like that. Don't worry that the sea blends into the rocks, because once we start adding shadows, it's going to create that depth. But right now, you see what we've done? We just balanced it. A full body dragon. Andrew, what are you still doing here? I thought you were having your cheese. Right. And now we've got a balanced color. This is going to be a bit more interesting because we've got a sunset. This is going to be like our primary light source. So for this, all our rock is already the same, so we don't have to touch that. I feel like the Spartan has got like a very warm look to him, so he isn't too far off the rocks already. Gonna have to get rid of that halo around the edge though. I'm just going to contract that selection and then add a new mask. You see it just strips off all the white glow around the edge. Nifty little trick, all covered in the course. Yeah, the C. Obviously, this looks totally off at the minute. So, how are we going to do this? There's a few ways. We could color balance it, but because it's totally the opposite of everything else, maybe hue saturation is a bit better. So maybe Command or Control U. Maybe we just make it a color. We just drop the blues. Yeah, like maybe like really muted. So it's still got like a hint of blue. It is water, but it's really just set back. I'm pretty happy with that. And we can collapse all this stuff, because we're probably not going to touch it again once we've done this. So once we've done it right the first time. So there we go. Those are the three key steps at the minute. You've got to compose the scene, balance your exposure, balance your color. And then the fourth scene thing, which is the best bit, which we're going to get onto now, is the shadows. These make probably the biggest difference. And you'll be like, oh my God, this looks insane once we finish doing these. I'm eating. Sorry, you're eating your cheese. Do you know, I did think that, Varun. I did think that. I thought having like sort of leaning into the mythology, having like blood red water or something. I mean, I think in reality, I might use a plugin called Flood 2 for the water, because then it'll reflect the sunset in it, but that'll come a lot later. We could try and do color balance on it on top of it. Now we've desaturated it. To warm it up a little bit. So we've got the highlights. So here we can actually change color in the shadows, midtones, and highlights. That's a slight difference. I'll keep it. It's like negligible though, but okay. What's going on with my Apple Music? Yeah, the water will look quite different by the end. Right, shadows. So we've got our light source here. First thing is obviously going to be the castle. So we're going to add lots of ways you can do this. I'm going to use exposure. I like teaching this as well because it's 2 sliders. And so it keeps things very simple if you're new to it. And here as well, this is going to be quite dark. So we're just going to reuse that adjustment layer. And then these ones as well. So rocks left. It's going to be dark. Rocks right. And then at the bottom as well. This is one of the benefits to reusing all these rocks. So we're going to drag this in here. In fact, no, let's apply it to the whole folder. It's easier. And then Scorpion. We're going to do the exposure here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to, where this sunset would catch our Scorpion, for example, we're going to use a nice soft brush, a low flow value of like 10%. And we're just going to start to brush away where the light would catch. Just catching on the body here. A bit down the leg. Spilling over here a bit. Could even make the Scorpion darker. Yeah. So it's kind of catching here. You see we've got a lot of these like lumps and bumps. We've got these little spikes. Some of these bits here. These like ridges we're going to go along and we're going to highlight some of those individually. Maybe it's just catching on the eye. And then it's sort of falling off down here somewhere. And we could go through with like a softer 10%. So I'm just literally varying the flow value up here with that same soft brush. This brush here, default Photoshop brush, you don't need nothing fancy. Let's go. In fact, let's. Actually, no, that's okay. That's fine. So there's the difference. Fully dark, and then just a bit more light and dramaticness. Yeah, we've done color matching already, balancing the color with highlights. Highlights we're doing, but we're not doing the warm ones yet. You can go straight into it, but for me, I like to build it up. So we're just figuring out where they go at the minute. Nice slow process. This is even, it gets more interesting as well when you've got materials. So like cloth and metal, they catch light very differently. This might be a bit trickier. So we're going to start slow again. Just nice big soft brush. Do the big surface areas first, just spilling over the arm, down the shield. There's obviously that sun is going to be, or sunset is going to be catching on a big part of the shield. Definitely the spear, his hand, his shoulder. Probably some of these parts of the cape as well.
I think
Legs.
Attention.
Inside of legs. When you get a bit more confident, you can start to bump the flow value up. But I just do it super slow from the start. This thing's gonna catch a lot of light. A little bit more on one side. One thing I forgot, actually, I forgot to reposition his feet. You should have done that before shadows and stuff. But shouldn't be too much of a problem. So you see here before and the after. We'll go and do some more dramatic sunset highlights later, but for now we're just making sure he is properly lit. Not too dark either, that we can't see him. But again, when we're doing all this, we're using our exposure checker to make sure we don't mess up the exposure. This would be a bit darker, I think. So I'm going to drop the exposure on the castle. And the rocks that are close to it as well. Well, we have our light source. We have, yeah, if you add your own light source, that's one thing. When we've got such a distinctive light source, we're going to leave that and work up to it. So you see the difference already. We've done some very basic preliminary shadows, but if I were to do a before and after, it would make you'd be able to see the difference, especially the scorpion. Just lighten up a few more bits. And actually, with the scorpion, should we make him like black or something? Scorpions are, well, you get them in different colors. Nah, I'm overthinking it, I think. Right, let's start adding some of the more dramatic highlights in because it's going to look pretty tasty. So, a few different ways we can do this. I'm probably going to start with a solid color layer. And we're going to pick like an orangey red. We'll make it really punchy. Nice sunset color, there we go. And we're going to reuse this quite a lot. There's so many different ways you could do this depending on the highlights you're going to add. So we could start brushing in like this, but you can add a blending mode. And it depends on the material as well. So my favorites are linear dodge. Screen can be good. This one can be quite good sometimes. Overlay and soft light, and occasionally some of the others. But for this, because it's rock, we're gonna just brush in around the edge. And again, we're doing this at like what, 20% flow? No, too much. 10. Do it really, really slow. With nice soft brush so that light is just spilling over. You could do it too much. It's very easy to do it too much. So we're going to start by keeping it real subtle. And it's going to be less orange as you get round here, this area, because the sun isn't really catching that as much, but over here you can see it really is. But look, you can easily go too far with it, so just do it nice and slow. So we've got one, and then we're going to just copy that for, oops, yeah, for the rocks on the right. Add a new mask. Yeah, overlay looks more realistic. When we come to do the metal, though, linear dodge works better for metal, so it depends on the material as well. So yeah, gonna go along the tops here. And honestly, like when I first started doing this, I was like, oh my god, how the hell does everyone seem to know where to put all the colors and the highlights and things? Honestly, it just comes with experience. Comes with experience. But if you were to sign up to a Photoshop course and you have questions, that was good. Oh, that was good. That was a good segue. This is what I do. A lot of people in the community, students, they message me and they say, oh, why does this look not right? And because I've done it for so long, I can usually tell them and say, oh yeah, you need to do this, or you need to work on the shadows here, fix the light in here. So I think it's quite handy to have someone to be able to go to and say, why does this look wrong? What's missing? Right. We've got the rocks in the middle. This is probably going to have like a really slight orangeness, but not a crazy amount, because it is obscured by the castle. So we're going to do the castle now. So we're using the same orange on everything. This is going to be a bit different, actually. There's a lot of the castle. In fact, let's do one pass, just orangifying it. And then around the edges, it's going to catch more, a lot more. Just down some of the edges, the tops. Yeah, you see, you got to be careful with it. You can really just easily overdo it. So subtle at first, and then let's try it again, but this time we're going to try it with a linear dodge. You see the difference? We're just going to run this right along the edges. It may be. Maybe even some of it, don't know. Yeah, so this whole top part. The light is, because the sun is right, or the sunset is right behind it. It is going to blow out a lot of the darker areas. So you see the difference there? Massive difference. That second layer. It's good having separate adjustment layers as well, because with separate adjustment layers you can turn bits off and on. Too dark. It might be too dark. I don't think it is, but it's one of those. It's a constant backwards and forwards. I think that's spot on. And we're going to add some. We're running ahead of ourselves a bit, but just to show you what I mean. Let's unclip this. Yeah, so watch this. Now we're going to add like a flare. And we're just making the brush bigger. And bigger. You see it just adds that like, whoa, that cinematic glow to it. Yeah, what a difference. And if it's not quite right, you can go in and tweak the color and stuff. So we could maybe warm it up a pinch. Drop the opacity if it's too powerful, but I think that's pretty nice actually. So then when we put it all together with that castle, you've gone from that to that. Scorpion Stinger reminds me of the strong hand. Yeah, speaking of the Scorpion Stinger, I don't know, maybe the smaller one was the better one. I don't know. I made it bigger at one point and I probably should have just left it alone, but I don't know. Oh, I think it's okay. Unless we go back, it feels a bit naked now without the other one. Where's the other stinger? Did I get rid of it? No, there we go. There's a second one. Let's go on to the Scorpion next. So we're going to use that same orange. Now this one, we can test the blending modes out here. I'm going to go for linear dodge. And again, I'm going to do this in 2 passes. I usually do 2. Soft, and then a bit more pronounced. So again, you can do this when we do the exposure stuff at the start. You can jump straight into it. But I like to just figure out the placement of things first. Yeah, so real subtle. I just realized there's one bit I've missed on Scorpion. I adjusted the exposure for the sun, but I haven't gone and added shadows. So we're going to do that now. Gonna make, oh, flipping it. This is going to make it look so good. How did I forget that? Turn him off. Right. So there's a lot of parts here where the light just doesn't reach or he's obscuring himself. I think here I'm going to get rid of his legs because I want his claws to have lots of clarity and I don't want the legs getting in the way. So we've got more scorpion surgery, I'm afraid. There we go. Let's go around there. And this is an AI scorpion as well, so you know you can still get some odd, well, visual oddities. So, but that looks pretty good. Right, again, low flow value. Light source is the sunset. So now there's going to be lots of parts that are darker. This is going to make such a phenomenal difference. So we're going to shade down here. We're going to shade in this gap. So it's going to look a bit, you know, this bit here is a lot darker. So it's going to look a bit more set back with it being in shadow. This bit, we're going to run that around the edge. Down the bottom here. We've got his face, so this bit kind of comes out over it. So this bit would naturally be a bit darker. Down here. Sort of got like a little bit of a hood coming out. Down here, his underbelly, or whatever this is going to be super dark. Because he is obscuring a lot of the light that just isn't getting there. Down here as well, this part. So we're going to add some shadows coming up here. It looks a little bit scrappy there, but doesn't matter. As long as you get it in the right place, you can always come back and refine a lot of it. Yeah, this sort of crevice here. And then a lot of this is going to be obscured. So lots of shadow down here. This would have shadow on it being cast by this leg thing. Some of this here, we could just build on these shadows and enhance the sort of bumpy contouring of that. Down here, some of this. And then if I turn it off and on, see what a difference it makes. Got some more here as well. So let's just go around the edges. Right under here is going to be super dark. And then here as well. And some of this in here. Again, like a little sort of lip, like a hood. And we could always go and adjust once we've got it in place. We could even darken them even more. And then bump the gamma a little bit. Spartan. Right, I need to fix his feet. Before we go any further. I'm a bit drunk now. Excellent, Raquel's drunk.
Woo!
Excellent, well done, Raquel. You've inspired me to have another whiskey. Fantastic. Good job, Raquel. Friday night. There's got to be a song about Friday, isn't there? Oh, God.
It's Friday.
Right. Oh.
Friday.
No, not that. Not that. Oh, lordy. Lordy, lordy. We don't need that. Right. Okay, feet surgery. So obviously it looks a bit flat. We've got puppet warp. This feature is just ridiculously, stupidly good. So we're going to pin stuff we don't want to move. We're going to pin his arse cheeks. We're going to pin the shield. Pin his sword. We don't want that stuff to move because I've retouched it as well because I'm a lemon. We just want his feet to change. So I'm going to try and rotate his foot without messing up his bones, basically. So I've got to do this very carefully. Might be able to get away with that. It's not the best thing I've ever done. But the thing is... Oh, actually, no, I'll add the layer mask in a minute. This one's not quite... That's harder because there's the toes facing away, so I don't have a lot to work with. But if I go and grab that hard brush again, I might be able to make it look like there's a rock in the way. Like he stood on a rock. That's... I mean, another thing is I could just put a rock in the way. This one here is a bit easier. Oh, actually, hang on. No. Just thinking, I could warp it. Warping it would be quite good as well. But I think because I've started with the puppet warp, I'm going to try and stick with it. Let's get rid of that pinpoint. Put it lower. And then arch his foot up. You see? So it looks like he stood on it a bit more. So flat. We'll get away with that, I think. Have the rock come in front of his foot. This one, Unless we just remove his foot and say it's behind a rock. Actually, we could probably get away with that. I'm alright with that for now. Yes, you're right. Doing it. So when I do this live, I always get to like a point, and then it's um even just this point takes, yeah, it's been a couple hours. It's taken 2 hours to get to this point. But this is like the beginning. This is almost like the start of it. And then it's either the next stream, or if I finish it off in my own time, that's when it transforms. The shadows are incredibly transformative. Like, if we've got time, I'll take this version and then turn all the shadows off we've done, because it's a lot of little brushing here, brushing there. But when you do a before and after, it's like, oh my god, what a difference. And you know, we've got to add splashes of the waves coming up, and I kind of want to give him some eyes, but it might look weird. Let's see if this will work actually. Just out of curiosity, I've got some sort of reptile eye here. I don't know if you can put this on a scorpion and have it look normal or not, but we're gonna try it anyway. We'll grab the hood of the eye as well. Why not? This might look really stupid. My third eye. Oh yeah, you probably. Oh no, we can probably get away with that. Oh no. Oh my god, that might actually look even more terrifying. It like fits pretty well. All right, we'll leave that there actually. Maybe this is going to go in an even weirder direction. So let's try and make it round. What is going on with my resizing? Just got to try and, I might make him look like cross-eyed or something, which is probably not gonna be the look I'm really going for. Oh, that makes him look cute. It makes him look cute and friendly. Okay. That doesn't really work. The single eye works better. Do you know, I think I quite like that, as weird as it is. Maybe we put it down there. Yeah, I think Cyclops is pretty good. And it sort of fits pretty naturally. It's got similar sort of textures, like a scaly texture. And then if I go around here, just give that a little bit of a clean up and then blend it in, might get away with that. You can't really see it now, so I don't know if it looks stupid or not. We could make it like fiery eye though. So we could, but we're gonna have to rework some of the shadows, aren't we? So here, yeah, some of the light would catch here. Some of these parts would be Very dark indeed. And how would we make that look fiery? Let's try yellow. God, my laptop is struggling, I think. Yeah, obviously you can see some blending modes really don't work. Maybe the green. A bit more like desaturated. Yeah, I think Cyclops, you get away with that. Yeah, I did think about a red glowing one. Maybe. Hmm. Yeah, I think you're right, Raquel, actually. It's quite a nice... I don't want it too overpowering, but the whole palette is very warm. And he's a slightly different color anyway, and that green sits really nicely. He's almost like reptilian in his... Are scorpions reptiles? I don't even know. There might be. Someone more learned than me can definitely probably answer that. Anyway, so we've got our soft highlights here. Probably should name these layers. We're going to go and do some more pronounced ones now. Again, we're using linear dodge. These ones can be a bit trickier. And it depends on the material as well, because when we come to do the shield and that in a minute. So you want to put these in a few key places, but not everywhere. You don't want to just like blanket brush these on. But they can have a massive impact if we just put them in the right place, which does take practice as well to learn. As you can see, it's very easy to go all in and then overdo it. You can go all in and then just slowly dial it back. And, you know, it's one of those things, you're not going to get it right first time. I certainly don't. It's just an iterative process. Sometimes you'll put highlights in and go, oh, that looks weird. A highlight definitely shouldn't go there. But you can see it also helps certain areas stand out. So like here I can use it to sort of break the different parts of the legs up. And then here as well. So on this kind of edge, just go along there. Certain bits here that are like raised up, they're going to catch the light a lot more. And then some of these bits you'll probably want to go back in and take the highlights out because they're just not going to make sense. The sky's getting more attention than the monster. The sky's lush. Yeah, the sky, I mean, the sky is pretty powerful. So let's go over here. And then we've got a lot of these like little ridges. This is a great opportunity to add some highlights as well. Some of these areas. Some of these bits. On the eye itself. This bit needs a bit of work, I think. This bit probably wouldn't catch as much. You see the difference this makes? Just doing it really slowly. Just building it up. Really, really gradually. But I have one for soft highlights and one for the more pronounced ones. So some of these things with like a really kind of sharp edge, they get like a more pronounced one, and it just kind of helps them stand out a bit more. This needs cutting out a bit more, actually. It's got like a weird glow to it around the edge. Yeah, this white kind of, it's called fringing or halo. There's a couple different words for it, but this white edge will totally mess up those lush highlights around the edge. Some images have it, some of them, because when you cut it out, the highlights get picked up as part of the selection. But you can see it does make a difference. Getting rid of it. Over here as well. Especially if it's against something lighter, it stands out terribly. Like here as well. So let's just go and remove it. This is a very bumpy surface as well, so I actually want to use a very small brush, and I want to deliberately use a very unsteady hand. Same when you're cutting out rocks like this. You just want a very unsteady hand. You don't want smooth rocks unless you've got smooth rocks. So shaky, unsteady hand does work in your favor here. Let's go all the way up. Ah, night, Andrea. Hope you enjoyed your cheese. Yeah, so it's so easy to go in at 100% and then go, oh, why do my highlights look rubbish? And it's all about patience. Just going over quickly, just adding a bit more oomph to some of the glow. Yeah, you're right, Raquel. Have a break and come back to it later. If you try and just bang your head against the wall, it just you need fresh eyes on it sometimes. Right, let's do Matey Boy because he's got some lovely lighting on him that's going to look fantastic. So again, we're going to go solid color. For this, we're definitely going to use linear dodge because, yeah, I mean, look, you can see already on the shield, it's going to look flipping amazing. So we could do it in 2 passes, or we could just try 1. So nice and low, 5%. I'm using 5%, really low. This is that sort of spillover light. It's just warming everything up, warming his spear up. Here as well. He's got a little bit of lighting on him as well, which does help. In fact, no, I'm going to do it in two layers because the metal is going to need going over. So this bit here is quite interesting as well. So we'll do a soft pass for some of this. And then we'll do another one for the more pronounced highlights. And this is going to look really cool on some of the metal. So I'm going to go 30% hardness. We'll see how that looks. This edge here. This bit as well is going to be brighter because it's raised up. Yeah, similar angle to Viking Girl, isn't it? Some of the cloth here. Definitely on the spear head. Even down the spear here. That side that is facing the sun, we're going to illuminate that. Down here. So yeah, just really like accentuating those metal bits. And then just dial it back if they don't really look right. Let's add some more shadows as well. So we can go super dark with that part of the shield. And then just erase it there. So it just kind of darkens that part of the shield, leaving the rest of the shield to shine a bit more. I think as well, actually. Ah, yeah, we don't want to overdo it. Hey, Kay, how's it going? How's it going since earlier? Oh, I think part of his helmet's missing. Oh no. Oh dear. Gerard. Don't worry. We'll sort that out. Oh, actually, hang on. It's an AI image, isn't it? So maybe maybe it missed part of his helmet. That's fine. We'll just resculpt this bit here so it makes actual sense. This bit as well. Got that white weird edge around it. So we're kind of doing reverse hair. So Raquel, like when you did the hair lesson in the Photoshop course, we added hair. We're now doing the reverse. We're removing hair. Because we want to get rid of the white, but we don't want to lose the hair texture. Wait, what? Spank away. What on earth did I miss?
Raquel said she wanted permission to spank you for playing games.
What?
I said, sure.
You said you were drinking wine, Raquel. Goodness me. Has it reached that point on a Friday night when we move on to spanking? God, don't let Kerry see. He'll come back and blow a gasket. Be like, what? What are you talking about now? Kerry, you left us for an hour.
Has Kerry been on this stream?
Yeah. Yeah, he popped in earlier. And then he left and it just went all got out of control, really. Oh, yay. Thanks, Raquel. I mean, your work is amazing. You've absolutely smashed it. Like I said the other day, I just love seeing you doing so many different things. From like logo design to Scyther to photo manipulation, just whatever it is, doesn't matter. All right, let's light this up. Yeah.
Leo.
Hmm?
Yeah, he's wandering off somewhere.
It's already kind of lit up here on the face, which is handy. Yeah. So that's all right as a first pass. I think maybe we could do a little bit more on the cape. So before, after. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And then we do before all the way. That's our original Spartan, and then Bush, that is Sunlight Spartan. Yeah, our exposure is still good. It's getting there. I want some fog. Oh, we've not done the shadows here, have we? Down. No, so we've darkened everything, but we need shadows. Really dark. Yes, you're right. He does. There's loads of little bits and pieces. My process is never a straight line. Right, I'm going to try and speedrun this because putting shadows on rock is really uninteresting and somewhat dull. I'm going to try and speedrun it without cocking it up. So just, oh, this is super dark down here. This is where the sun doth not shine. Dark there, dark there. Some bits are darker than others, and it kind of creates this really nice depth. Just running the shadows here, so you can see, boom, flat, boom, suddenly got a bit of depth. And you could even, oh, we could even do another one. Our darkest layer yet. I always try and use as few as possible. A few different adjustment layers, because it makes it just easier to manage. But sometimes a few on separate layers is good, because then you can turn some on and off. So we got our first pass that darkens it a bit. Second pass that gets some shadows in there, makes it look more 3D. And then the last pass just lays in more darkness. And we're going to do the same for rocks left as well. Super dark. And then some of these rocks here that aren't near the edge. They ain't getting no light. Before, after. And then rocks middle. Let's hide our little scorpion friend. So again, I'm just going to really quickly brush in a bunch of shadow down here, so it kind of leaves the top of the rocks a bit more exposed. And yeah, I'm going to go and just brush in a little bit more lightness along the top, and then that should separate them from the castle a little bit more. And then when it comes to the castle, where are you? This one's going to be a bit trickier. So we've got to go in and add shadows where no light is getting. So some of these, this kind of gap here, this bit behind, no shadows getting there, in this gap here. So the stuff that's like further away and set back, we're getting in there. Added shadows because that light just ain't reaching. I'm going to try and do this as quick as possible as well, because it's not the most interesting thing. I think when it's like a part of the image as well that's pretty, it's not prominent, it's in the background, you can definitely get away with it more. So just a quick pass there, before, after. Right. Might be too early, but because we've got a good sense of how this is looking, let's try Flood 2. First time here, impressive work. Thank you so much. Is that Michelle? Oops. No, don't muck around with the spin. I think the altitude, no. Altitude is... It's hard. I wish there was a preview button. Flood 2 is a really good plugin that lets you generate water based on your scene. So that's the water I've got in my scene, but it kind of takes your whole scene and then so it reflects what's in the top half in the bottom half, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's really cool. I could take it into the distance actually. So it covers the whole image. That's probably not going to make sense though. You've got to try and get the height right. I think the scorpion's blocking a lot of... Let's try that. We'll see how it looks. I don't know what... No, it's a plugin. So I'm not entirely sure how it works. But you have to install it. Search up Flood 2 Flaming Pear. There's a free trial. But even to buy it, I think I bought it ages ago. It's like it's not expensive, and it's worth it if you want to have water in your scene. You can do water manually, but it's just so time consuming, and it just this gives you a lot more realism. Although that doesn't really look how I had hoped. I wonder if I go into the sunset. I wonder if I do it on just this actually. And take the rocks out of the equation. I want like a, yeah, maybe that's better actually. Hey, Andrea. How's it going? Highlight to the right leg of the scorpion, which meets the cave. Okay, right leg. It's doing something. Yeah, Flood 2. It's a plugin for Photoshop. It's thinking about it. Let's see if I can pop this in. Where's my C? Huh. That's yeah, that's better than I thought. Actually no, that's yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. That works. Enough. I can always go back and drop in more C if I need to. But that's cool. And we'll call it water. And then we'll go to curves. And we should be able to boost the contrast. And then what we'll do is we'll go and add exposure again. Because there'll be some parts where there'll be shadows cast, obviously, by Monsieur Scorpion. So some of these bits here. And then I wonder if I could add some like punchy highlights to it to make it even more intense. Like there's a sun reflection in the water. Oof. Yeah, there we go. Just brush over a few of those waves. Again, overlay. Just to pull out the sunset in the water. And then maybe here as well, where the spider is, or spider? Scorpion. Isn't blocking as much of the light. So before, flat, after, dramatic. And the sky feels a bit more muted. Oh, I think that's all right for now. Yeah, I don't want to overthink it just yet. What did you say, Raquel? Right side of the pincer or something, I think. Pair with the sunset's top notch. Hey, thank you, dude. Andrea does these amazing pieces of photography with. Oh, I'm going to sound like an idiot now. I can't remember the technique where you. What is it? Like long exposure, and you sort of whip fire around and everything in different shapes. It's flipping awesome. You should definitely check out his work on Instagram. It's absolutely stunning. It's so beautiful as well, and very clever. And not something I've ever seen before, actually. Right, Scorpion. His yes, Raquel, you did say about shadow for this fella. Spartan. So we'll go exposure, darken it down, super dark. This is really tricky, this bit, because you've got the shadow being cast and you've got lots of rock as well. So it's very tricky sometimes to know how the shadow will then fall over the rock behind. So I'm kind of just going to really make it up. And for a lot of stuff like this, honestly, you could probably get away with it. Just generally around the feet, as long as you darken some of the rocks, and because the shadow would zig and it would zag over all the rocks. But as long as you kind of got those contact shadows around the feet, you could probably get away with that. Do you know what I mean? It's definitely something very odd about the water that's not quite right, but I think the scorpion, something looks off with the scorpion. I think he might have to be a bit darker, actually. Oh, yeah, there we go. A little bit of gamma correction. We've got to add splashes and other details as well, I think. Is he standing? No, he's in the water. He's creeping out of the water. Like a right creepy old scorpion. Light painting. Okay, cool. On the right side where it meets the stone. This bit here. Is that what you're thinking, Raquel? The sting. Oh, sorry. Like round on the right side down here. Actually, parts of the sting I do feel quite dark. Come on, Photoshop, keep going. Yeah, and this is a constant backwards and forwards, this little dance. Like Raquel said earlier, take time away from it. You take time away and you'll come back and see things that you didn't see before. God, Photoshop is struggling. Yeah, at that point now. It's going to end up in the nightmares tonight. Oh no. I could put the friendly eyes back in, where he had a really nice, kind face. We need some fog as well. I like fog. Fog. What color is it going to be? You want to sort of pick a color from the like hue. So we could actually do like a very rich fog. I usually use like whites or light colors, but let's try it with something a bit different. We're going to go for 2% on the flow. And just brush this in. Got to get this layer in the right place. That's the wrong layer. Fog. Let's call it fog as well, just so I don't forget. So we'll move it up. So this is going to be for the background stuff. So we can do this and just brush in loads of fog. Lots of fog, like rising. A bit on the left and right, but not too much over the rocks here. So keep that more to the background. And then we'll do the same, but in front. So we'll duplicate this nice and high. And for this one, we could just brush in loads of mist and fog, but I'm actually going to use a brush because I've got some pretty swanky fog brushes. And if you've not used brushes before, honestly, they're a secret weapon for this sort of work. So we could find a nice one, maybe this. We could just stamp in some fog. Now, obviously, that's way too strong, but it just adds like some flipping atmosphere to it. Maybe this one here. This is like a bottom one. So we could add that down there. We don't want to overdo it. Because you can definitely overdo it. I don't want to do that. But there's a lot of variety here. So it's worth playing around. So this one. So we'll stamp it in at like 50% and then actually no, let's go for 10. Yeah, there we go. So look at the difference before, after. Just gives the whole scene some like atmosphere. And it's so simple. CS2. Yeah, honestly, the thing that there's so many tools, but the thing that excites me so much about all this is it's like a lot of what I'm doing here might look really difficult, but it's so much easier than people realize. Yeah, exposure's still not too bad. He's drifted a little bit out. So I might just darken his shadows a tiny bit. Maybe the mids. Oh, what other effects can we do? This is the sort of icing on the cake. You got to save this to the end, really, but it's easy to pile in the effects, and it can. You don't want it carrying the design too much. Um, right. What else do we have in our atmosphere? Dust particles. Oh, amazing. Make them white and go to overlay, and they will blend into the colors in the image. So if you want a few little dust particles in there, you can do. We could make that super subtle. What else? I'm probably forgetting something really cool. I mean, you could even do some of these as well. Oh yeah, it really does care. There's a few key things that just once you stick it in, it's like, oh wow, it like levels it up. Snow, we don't really need snow or rain. Lightning, don't really need that either. Stardust, oh my god. Let's just try it. It's just for fun. That's disgusting. Let's not stamp that in. Yeah, we don't need lightning. Water splashes. Ah, these will be useful. This might work here. I think I've got a better splash brush. Probably want this over here where he's sticking his pincer in the water. And it'll probably be the first of many because you kind of want the rippley bits where the claw is connected to the water. That's not going to work, is it? So quite low. Let's take that. Oh no, whoops. That has to go there. Let's see if we can blend if. I swear it's one of these. Good for water. That's fine. Don't want to go too hard on transparency. Let's try hue saturation, clip it, colorize, bump the saturation. God, I think my computer's starting to chug a little bit. I might have to stop soon. And it's also been like a long time. Yeah, I don't know. I could come back to that, I think. Or maybe levels. Sometimes it is just a case of finding the right adjustment layer, and then it's like, ah, there we go. The right side of the rock on the top left. Yeah, you go for it. This bit here. Yeah, you go for it. What technique would you use? I think at the minute that's just an overlay. Just a soft overlay. Oh, I know what I want. I want some like dirt blowing in the wind or something. What was it? Yeah. Right. Yeah, this is what I want. Stuff I can just add some atmosphere. Whether it looks good or not, I don't really know. Could add a little bit of motion blur, so like it's blowing in a particular direction. So just static before. Oh, that's it. Yeah, that is it. That is it. Particles. Yeah, that's way better. What was the other thing I did? Yeah, so overlay and then duplicate it, and we could even duplicate it a third time. Set it to normal, and then drop the opacity down. So before, after. The splash is looking a bit crap. I don't like that. We'll come back to some of that. And the water as well. Water looks weird. What are we doing, Dan? What are we doing? Ah, there we go. That makes it a bit better. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Way better. Just some of the vibrance coming out of it. That is so much better. Just a little bit on the temperature as well. Yeah, it was just too punchy and saturated before compared to the top of the scene. There's a lot more shadows to do though. If you did want to give me some tips on the rim light on the top left, I'd love to hear it. Yeah, a few more shadows. There's a scorpion. Scorpion. It's water, isn't it? Let's use curves just to mix it up a little bit. Yeah, so this is a problem, right? When you get this, I get this all the time, and I see it all the time. You got very, very dark down here because we did lots of shadows, but then the water's not dark. It doesn't match. It's weird. As soon as you do that, you can see there's much more synergy between the thing in the water and the water. So we can leave that for some of the darkest parts and then just go and brush back in those lighter areas. And then keep the shadow around there. Yeah, much better. We'll leave that. No, that's fine. This bit here, again, too light. Just looks. It's got that weird outline that I'll fix as well, but it just doesn't doesn't look right. So probably shouldn't add any more adjustment layers, but I'm just gonna add one. Just make it as dark as I need to, so I can fix this bit here.
You stop. Leo's still up.
Oh, ah, forgot he was there. Are you okay, son? Oops.
Oh, yeah. Come on, there.
Just getting in the zone. Just what happens, isn't it?
You never told us you were gonna-
Yeah, give Monsieur Spartan a little gamma boost. I think his shield as well. He needs some extra shine coming off that shield. Yes.
Night, night, Daddy. Love you.
Night, sausage.
Yeah.
Thank
Love you
Cal, for-
so much. I'm gonna choke you.
for checking on the kids. I know.
Oh, Raquel.
Love you too. Bye. Hurry! Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. Oof. Pumping. Beautiful. Cool, this has turned out to be something, isn't it? I'm gonna try Scorpion without the funny Cyclops eye. And just I don't know if it makes him too much of a character.
He doesn't know. No, no, no. Too much of a character.
Yeah, there's definitely something that's not quite right.
Nothing's not quite right. No.
I think it might be the rocks on the right that I'm not liking.
On the right,
Because they're hiding a lot of the tail.
hide in the tail.
And I feel like that part might need to be open.
Open it up.
Are you saying something? He looks like he's smiling. Huh? That's not quite what we're going for. Maybe he needs to be monsterfied and have like a flaming stinger and... Oh, I know what he needs. Apart from like better retouching, like there's something that he needs. And it's this.
It's this. Levels. Gotta bump up those levels, yo. Go to bed. Oh, wait, I'm an hour behind again.
He needs more clarity around his face as well. Oh, what's that? Is that a sweetie?
Yeah, you can't have it.
I can.
Can you?
Well, probably not, but I'm going to eat it.
Wait. Okay. I think it's out of date.
Is it?
Mm,
Well, it don't taste out of date.
hold on. That's
1 hour later. Tell me, how did he die? Painting a scorpion live. Eating a sweetie.
the use by date's covered up by a sticker. Oh. Yeah, they're out of date.
How much out of date?
2 months.
Right, they're 2 months out of date. Poppy just fed me an out of date sweet. I mean, technically I fed myself, but we'll blame her. So if I die, I mean, that would be stupid, wouldn't it? What a stupid way to go.
Be pretty stupid.
Ate an out of date sweet. She has to take one too, yeah.
Yeah.
He was murdered by a sweetie. That's a bit better. There we go. Look at that. He's got glowing wounds. Makes such a difference. There's still something off about the water. I feel like he needs... I
can smell that sweet from here.
You wish. Yeah. You alright, Pops?
No, I'm really.
Wanna zig-a-zig?
Really tired.
So we're not watching Game of Thrones tonight, then?
Absolutely not. Midnight, you gooseberry.
It's not my fault. I got carried away. I am not responsible for my actions anymore. Yeah, that's a good way to blend the highlights. Delicious. I think we're getting there. Sort of. It's like rebalancing stuff. I feel like this... I don't like this cave thing on the right. It's taking too much. Oh, no, it does frame it really nicely, though. I don't know if I need to... I need something to separate Spidey Boy from... What am I saying? I don't know. Maybe just darkening that a little bit. And then maybe it's got a bit more... I don't know. Yeah, we don't have any depth yet. So one thing I could do is take the sunset and we'll Gaussian blur that by not that amount. We'll do 3. And then we're going to blur the castle by 2. And then we're going to blur the rocks in the middle by 2 as well. So it just blurs them a bit, softens it, and then lets this fella stand out a little bit more. I wonder if we should make those things glow as well. Where are they? These things. What if we duplicate that, set it to 100, and then select the mask, and then blur it? It does nothing. The C, I need the C. Yeah, let's try and get a better... I feel like I need more detail. Yeah, complexity.
This special little thing called
Ooh.
Well,
Oh god, that looks
I
awful.
saw a light, but Leo's bedroom was with his top light on, next to the bed, but I didn't know what he was doing. But he
Make
said,
the
"What
water
are you
dance.
doing?" Walked out his room, not really close to him, but he said, "What are you doing?"
It's 3.5. How long's this stream been?
Found me.
It's like 3.5 hours or something.
It's like,
Well, thank you to everyone who's still around. Extra thanks if you've been here since the start. Goodness me.
and it was like, okay, never like that, and then ask for water.
This is probably the point where I would stop, sleep on it, and then come back, and then the next day I'll look at it and go, oh, goodness, what was I thinking?
Hi, Daddy. Hi, subscribers.
Huh? What did you say? Wait,
Hi,
why are
Daddy.
you awake?
Hi, subscribers.
Why are you here?
Because I'm getting water. My mouth's dry.
Oh.
Really dry.
I love it when he like gets something. I'm just like, oh,
He's
my
really
God.
like sleepy. Do you want me to tickle you? No, don't bang your head on the microphone. Are you a mini cheddar factory? Yeah. If you could be any flavour of mini cheddar, what would it be? Raquel says hi.
Hi.
Say hi, Raquel.
Hi, Raquel.
Dismissed! That means you can go. So cute.
Hi.
So cute.
Get my turn on my
Is this water any better? I don't know. Yeah, that's got some more like white watery highlights. Now Kerry's back. What's behind the scorpion?
You're not fussy, are you?
I thought there was something a little weird here. Is this smudge of something? It's in that gap there. There's a weird line. I thought it looked weird. Let's get some. Let's just get some more rock. Oh no. I'm gonna just be very lazy and just sample a piece of rock here. Isn't that nice, sausage? And we'll pop that in there. Just so it helps give a bit of clarity between our soldier person and that. Before it was just too dark, so you couldn't really see the pincer detail. Whereas now, even if it's technically not correct yet, you get that clarity of the pincer. Lazy fill. Okay, this is looking better. Yeah, the glow on the scorpion still looks a bit weird though. Maybe I've gone a bit heavy with it there. Let's dial it back. Oh, I mean, considering I had no bloody idea what I was going to do, this has turned out all right. And a lot of it is just logical. Like, I'm just looking at it and going, if this was a real place, that thing is going to cast a shadow on that thing, and that thing would be darker because the light's bright here. So I'm just looking at it very logically. Maybe even just dialing the fog back a bit. Right. I think it's time for... Oh, no, I know what I need. Oh, swear I had one before. Actually, yeah, you can't see his spear. So I'm gonna add another one just for his spear. This is subtle, but again, same as we did a minute ago. It's just gonna give it a bit more contrast from the background. So we go from not being able to really see it to, we can see there's something there. A little bit heavy in this one, so we'll just dial it back a bit. And Yeah, I think more shadows on Mr. I was going to say Mr. Arachnid then. Yeah, we want to go really dark, I think. Some of these like crevices here. He's just looking a bit too flat. Compared to everything else. This bit here, this would be very dark. Yeah, this would be dark as well. Some of these like bits that are set back. And doing this is really going to help the whole thing feel less flat. Yeah, like here. Car Photoshop's melting now. This bit here. And I think for the face, I'm actually going to brighten this up so we can see the flipping thing. Because at the minute, I can't really see anything. That bit's a bit weird. Good old brightness contrast. So good in a pinch. So just do that. Come on, Photoshop. Might as well stick some in a few other places. But then, yeah, just goes from dark and murky to a bit brighter. Right, let's just... It's just part of the cave entrance here. I got an idea to make that stand out. Yeah, I got an idea. Where is it? Rocks, right. Oh, I've had another idea. It's even better. Why is that not working? That looks pretty cool. There we go. I'm gonna try and brush in a bit of fog coming out of the cave. Oh, that's way too heavy. And then having this lightness is going to lighten up and separate the scorpion from the background. Doesn't need a lot, but you see it just creates that little bit of separation. I think my computer's struggling because it's been going for hours now and it's recording this and streaming it as well. And it's just like, not enough. I've got enough hard drive space. Yeah, okay. There we go. That looks a little bit more menacing, I think. That's cool. I'm gonna resculpt this a little bit as well. Because it's got that weird highlight on the end. I could remove it. I'm thinking of actually making this a bit more intentionally awful and jaggedy. Putrid. That's the word I think I'm looking for. Rocks. What are these ones called again? Rocks bottom. There we go. They need another pass. Thanks, Raquel. We're getting there. You could change the color as well. If we wanted it to be like a bit warmer. It's just like fog, and we're just building up so many little micro effects. I think I'm happy with everything except the scorpion. There's something about the scorpion that it's better. It feels off somehow, and I'm not 100% on that right cliff. I feel like rock's right. I feel like that might need to go, and then have some distant rocks in there and the water flowing. I don't know. I'm not sure. But anyway, let's do camera raw and put a cap on it for tonight, because I'm pretty sure camera raw is going to make this look sick. So camera raw filter, this is the whole thing merged. You kind of don't have to do this anymore, actually. It's got some good settings in there that are worth playing with. Oh, color lookup as well. This is a really good one. Can totally change the vibe. That's nice. You going to bed? No, no. Ciao. Why am I not? I'm not tired. This is too much fun.
You stay up. You carry on.
Yeah. Wait, what's tomorrow? Saturday? What's happening? Anything happening?
Nothing.
Yes, nothing. Let's go and do something fantastic. Good night. Yeah, so this is quite nice. It can be quite good as inspiration. Oh, wow. Oh, look at that. That's good. It gives it way more clarity, introducing more blue. So maybe we do that in a minute. Yeah, that's nice. So these can be quite good to either use or just get inspiration from. That's nice. Oh, fall colors. So what we could do instead, if we wanted more control, is color balance. You can see you can massively change the whole vibe of the piece. Or we could go and do curves. We could grab the blue channel. Lift it slightly. That's kind of similar to that color lookup thing we did a minute ago. Yeah, so it's a subtle shift. But we can also do clarity. You've got clarity here and grain. I'm going to do it in camera raw though, because there's a few more settings that could be quite fun to play around with. Have I frozen? No, I've not I might have frozen physically. Color lookup's great, Barry. It's really good as You can, you kind of, it's, sorry, I'm waffling. It's really useful if you want to turn day into night. So if you wanted to go a different route, I've got a tutorial on this on the channel actually. I might have a few. You can do night from day and then start there. That's quite a good one. But they can be quite fun as well. Some of these Adobe ones are quite fun just as to try different styles. That's more saturated, that's more washed out, and they can totally change the whole look of something. So camera raw. Let's go and open up this bad boy. I try not to muck around with too much of the settings in here because I like to keep that in the main document. But texture and clarity can be really cool. I feel like this is going to do very well. You can push it too far, but with this, a lot of that rock detail and the detail on the scorpion is going to really pop. Vignette could be quite cool if we could do that in the main document though. Grain, I love a bit of grain, especially as it's sun setting, so you're going to might maybe get more noise in the shot. And if we zoom in as well, just do it before and after. Yeah. So it just gives it a lot more clarity as well. And then sharpening is quite nice as well. Again, I'm not going too high. The Kerry, the texture and the clarity, that'll change depending on your artwork. Sometimes you can push it to 1020 and it will look too much. Other times you can crank it to 70 or whatever and it will be fine. It really does depend. But there's the before, a bit more subtle. There's the after. It just, oh, it has a crispness to it. Dehaze. I try not to touch this. I mean, you can do actually. It's not that you can't touch it. But again, it's the sort of thing I try and do in the document. This can be quite fun. Playing around with that. Here you can change some of the colors. So you could make it more yellow or more pinky. So again, you can do it in the document, but if you're at the end and you're like, I just want to tweak it quickly. Yeah, like shadows, we could introduce a bit more blue into the shadows and push a bit more yellows in the highlights. There's a lot you can do here. This one can be useful as well. You can control the saturation in certain colors. So we could actually, I think from the start, I said I wanted the whole thing to be like a red and grey vibe. So we could actually push that more towards what I originally intended. I mean, that makes such a difference in this example. Flippin' heck. That is absolutely insane, the difference. What do you think? I mean, maybe it's a personal preference. I just flippin' love the camera raw filter. It's just the icing on the cake. Like I used to use it too much as a crutch. I'd do this. I would do like dodgy retouching, not have a proper process, and I would then layer on like wind and rain and all these particles and fog, and I would just smash it in there way too thick to cover the dodgy retouching camera raw filter, and that would fix everything. And as soon as you turn the camera raw filter off or all the particles and the crazy effects, it'd be like, oh God, what is that underneath? So It is this, the cherry. It's the yummy, the cherry on top. It really is. And it should be the cherry on top, not part of the actual cake. So let's get a bit of light going on in here. I've got through a lot more than I thought in this stream. This is why in the course, Kerry and Raquel, I always, the big project ones, module 2 and 3, there's a reason that the penultimate lesson is always refine the details, because it's just so crucial to just go over and refine. Kerry knows this. Refine, refine, refine. My Photoshop hates me right now. I'm gonna contract the scorpion selection by a pixel. Oops. And that should get rid of all that highlight around the edge. More glow. I've totally forgot which of my layers are meant for what now. Flip it out. Oops. Bear with. I'm having to contend with a lot of delay now. I think my computer's doing the best it can. Yeah. This can be quite good as well. Add like a darkening effect around the edge. It can help it make it feel more 3D. Ooh, what's that weird hard line as well? That's going to need some lazy rock. Alright, let's try and add a bit more roundness over here. This might, yeah, this might do it actually. Oh yeah, you went for dinner, didn't you, Raquel, at the beginning? We'll do a Can we do a before? I think if I go through and grab all the different things, we could do a before and after. Yeah, this is fun as well. I like pasting these and naming them because then you can just go through and you can see the changes. So every time you make like a bunch of major changes and you update the camera raw filter, pop it in the thing and give it a number because then you can just cycle through them and see the whole change happening and it's lush. Mm. Oh, happy Friday, everyone. What's everyone up to this weekend? Anyone doing anything exciting? I'm not tired. I'm gonna keep going until my computer gives out or until I just start dribbling. Then I might call it a day. So this bit, I think, would have some more glow. Oh wait, what am I doing? Clipping it to the castle. That's not right. Um, Bugger. Rocks left. Where have you gone? Oh God, too many layers. Where's my left rock? Oh God, I've gone past it. Flipping heck. Come on, Dan. There we go. But let's just try and go over this a bit harder. See if blend if. Yeah, nice. It needs to be warmer, but it lets those shadows through. That's nice. And I think when doing stuff like this as well, like I didn't know that I was going to do that then. I'm just trying everything I know. It's like having a bunch of tools and just I'm going to just muck around and try them and see which one gives me the result. Oh, that worked. Okay, cool. And then maybe my brain logs that for the next time I do something similar. Yeah. Yeah, that blend if carry is really useful. This needs cutting out as well. God, these things are the cutouts are a bit sloppy. But that's fine. It's an easy fix. And because this is a smart object, and once I update this one rock, all the others will be magically fixed. Yeah. Getting rid of that halo thing makes such a difference. But again, here as well, you see this? It's got lots of contrast. This is just very flat. So we're going back in. And we're gonna darken the crap out of it. Everything away from the edge. Same for rocks, right? Do a little bit more on that. And then the highlights. Yeah, just get some of these other rocks in there. Don't want to go too hard on them. Oh. This part here feels a bit weird. I'm not sure. It needs a bit of love. Oops, I put that on the wrong thing, haven't I? Ooh, hard light, that is nice. Oh yeah, some of these make a massive difference. Going from having like no highlights there to just put in highlights across the rocks. And I did that pretty quickly, and it's a bit lazy as well. I feel like he needs more of a shadow as well. Let's just have another shadow. We'll try and do one that's not too terrible. Just darken a bunch of these rocks around him. Yeah, I could possibly make it a tiny bit more convincing. There's not a lot in it. That's better. That's such a massive problem. Fixed. There we go. That's so much better. Just that one little thing. And then, where's he gone? Okay. And these highlights along here can go. This is why you name your layers. Yeah, I think those highlights are a bit pronounced. There we go. A bit more realistic. So when I copy this in now, you'll see another shift. So this is number 3. And look at the difference between that and that. Then you go back to the first one. Refine, 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 refine. Just keep refining. Thank you as always for the knowledge. It's been 1.5 years since I got my dream job. Well, congrats. I still can't thank you enough. You've helped me a lot. I can even travel overseas. Once again, thank you. Hey, that is amazing. Oh, wow. That's what I do this for. What's your dream job, if you don't mind me asking? Like, tell me a bit about it, a bit about yourself. Oh, that's so cool. I got so used to naming my layers now. It really helps going faster, not losing so much time searching it. Yeah. And if you've got the latest version of Photoshop as well, you've got the auto name button down here. So it will automatically clean up, delete, and then rename. Flipping amazing feature. Right. I think it's not too far off it being done, actually. There's quite a lot. Yeah, I'm all right with this cliff now. Yeah. Does that make sense why I always bang on about refining? Because I was thinking about removing the cliff. And actually, now I can see the cliff wasn't the problem. It was the separation between the stinger and the cliff. So what did I do about it? I have to try to remember now. So I darkened this edge here, which kind of made the stinger feel less flat and a bit more rounded. I got rid of some of the fog here that felt a bit fake and artificial. Darkened all these rocks as well. And then went and added highlights down here. And just doing that seems to have separated it enough. There's a bit of cliff sticking out there that I'm gonna get rid of. God, I can't believe that. I think this is actually nearly like done. This will be the first time ever I've finished one on stream. Well, no, that's probably not true. Well, maybe it is, I don't know. Like actually finished and not done anything else to it. Like it's done. Who am I kidding? I'm probably gonna still go and tweak stuff, but I did not expect to get this far. What's this? Yeah, that is the problem as well, Raquel, is it can easily become unending work and it shouldn't. There's got to be a point. I think normally for me, if I've worked on something for like a good few days, whether they're like next to each other or further apart, I've had a good few goes at it, a week or whatever, I've got to call it a day after that. Because otherwise I could just end up going round and round and it's never finished. Yes, it is a rabbit hole. I think there's only one more thing that might. I don't know whether to do this or not. Is to put the focus, put Spartan Man slightly more in focus, and put the Scorpion and the lake and everything slightly out of focus. Oh, I don't know if that would ruin it. I know something I can do. Yeah, I could try it. I feel like the Spartan has to be the focal point, but it means heavily restructuring layers and things. Also, what's this yellow doing here? Ah. Yeah, where did that come from? Oh, that's much nicer. Why did I put yellow in there? Got no idea. What was I thinking? Let's change it to like slightly different color. Yeah, that's way nicer. Um, where are you? It's a cool trick if you ever need to do saliva carry on your travels. 20% opacity. Really small brush. And where would the saliva be between? Same technique as the hairbrushes, Raquel. Literally the same thing. Slightly more grotesque. Very gross. Yeah. My dream job is to become a writer, but I love art so much. And I'm so bad at drawing. I believe I subscribed to your channel 2 or 3 years ago. When I saw your vid, it sparked the dream. Here I'm now. Amazing. To become a writer, but I love art so much. I mean, I think it depends what you're writing. Like if you write books and things, but doing the um, cover art and things for your books, this sort of photo manipulation stuff, because some books and publications have really cool covers or graphics around them, and so they are skills that sort of can go hand in hand as well. Yeah, see how easy it is to muck your exposure up. Just trying to put a bit more fog on top of the spider. I feel like some of that has made a difference. Yes. This is why we do all the composition first and we try and lock in the main bits. You imagine if I had to move the scorpion now. Ain't gonna happen, is it? Oh, this is such a lush way to spend an evening. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. This has been a lot of fun. What's the file size? Goodness me. We don't ask questions like that, Racco. I dread to think. Let's have a look though, just out of curiosity. 3000 by 4000 pixels, so 3:4 ratio, 1.62 gig. So as long as we don't hit that 2 gig file size limit, which I have a habit of doing, we can stay in PSD format, not PSB. PSB is like a larger file format. Yeah, needs a bit more darkness around here, I think. See if I can find some cinders. If I can get the right picture, it'll be the absolute extra icing on top of the icing that we put on the cake. This could work. Oh, sparks, actually. If you ever need cinders, sparks can be a good one to search for. Or you could use similar techniques to create your own. So, like we do with the fire lesson about creating fire text, same process, just do it for any brush. Are you designing my own book cover pages kind of thing? Once again, thank you. You're a great teacher, even though I've never met you. Hey. One day maybe we'll get to meet. That would be amazing. I'd love to meet more of you, but obviously there are like oceans and land masses between us. Yeah, that's a good point, Raquel. Thank you. Fog between the Spartan. Let's do it. It's all these tiny little things that just create more and more separation. Let's not quite. Let's try that again. Actually, let's just, rather than brush it, let's stamp it in. Fog brushes are great. Yeah, Photoshop hates me right now. My computer hates me right now. Come on. This one. Let's crank it up so I could see. No, I've put it in the wrong place, haven't I? It's too high up. Let's stamp it in. Select the rocks. And remove it. Yeah. That might be it, Raka. Thank you. See, I love this. It's not just my eyes on it, it's everybody's eyes now. So you see there, dark. Oh yeah, that separation really does help. Flip it horizontally. What, the fog? Really? Oh, I've already masked it. There we go. That's a bit better, a bit more subtle. Lots and lots of little subtleties. Oh yeah, of course. What am I doing? I forgot my cinders. Try these ones. Not sure if they make sense. Kind of need them to make sense, ideally. Yeah, we could have them there subtly. Something else that'd be really good. I don't know how I'm gonna do this per se. It's like where this meets the water, like ripples or something, where the water is just kind of meeting the edge of the scorpion. I'm not entirely sure. I've not really found a good technique for that either. I wonder if maybe like the saliva technique. I don't know. Let's try this and see if we can make this work. Yeah, foam. It's like foam bubbles or something. I mean, even that might be enough for now. Oh shit. Oh my god. That is better than nothing, yeah. And I can just erase a few bits, so some bits are like brighter. than others. Holy shit. Look at that. There we go. Learned a new trick. That was always quite hard. Obviously be better treatments for it, but that, and again, that creates a really nice separation. So, but we'll call it water foam, even though it's not water foam. Yeah, what color? Do you think like this sort of color, like an orangey? Oh dear. I've got my random square. I think I'll leave the water foam like that for now. I might come back to that. I like this separation. I've buggered this up though. Oh wait, hang on. No, that's because Mr. Spartan's not there. Okay, it's fine. It's all fine. Oh, that water is actually an amazing difference. Look at that. Just to get more rebalancing and adding a few things. Go back to the first camera raw. Look at the difference. Oh my god. To that. It's just layered in atmosphere and rebalancing. feel like it'd be so nice to have something up here, some sort of totem or something, or like a Spartan friend who's about to attack it from up there, but I don't know. Feels like it just needs something. But I think I'm going to call it a day there because that's ridiculous. A penguin, a cinnamon bun. Jesus Christ, 4 hours, 49 minutes. There we go. Let's just save this actually. I'll call it Spartan. There we go, start to finish. It's amazing how it starts sometimes and then where it ends up. With his Cyclops eye. You could still bring that back actually and see if it works. I'm on a MacBook Pro, so it's an M2 Pro chip, 2023 model, 14-inch. It's the model with a 19-core GPU and 16 gigabytes of RAM. Hey, Kerry, you're still here. God, flipping out, it's late. What you doing up this late, me babbers? Oh, it's this really annoying issue. So annoying with the screen recording. Sometimes the cursor just disappears. No idea why. I think it's good for most of it, and then it gets to like certain points and it just disappears. I think we've got most of it though. Gosh, how big is that file? My goodness. Okay, that screen recording is a 29 gig file. Working on my shirt for step granddaughter. Oh, nice. In Illustrator. Excellent. Illustrator text on a path module. That's first class, isn't it? I think. Oh yeah, that course will teach you loads, Kerry. First class covers a lot of stuff. There's so much in there that I didn't know till I was like over a decade into the industry. The masterclass is really like it's aimed more at designers, like, you know, sort of pro techniques for certain types of outcomes. There's a lot of logo stuff, hand, like if you want to do custom lettering. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, text on the paths. First class, or what was I gonna do? I was gonna do something else and it's escaping me. Yes, you do. Raquel, you're a naughty sausage. You started your Big Ben crashing into the ice thing, and I don't know if you ever finished it or not, but it looks so cool. I love how you kind of did your own thing with it as well. $5 streaming, goodness me. Doesn't feel like it. I don't know where 5 hours have gone. Let's do a before and after comparisons, like the best bit. You get to strip out all the nice bits. Oh, you finished it. You screwed it up and then gave up. Oh, I mean, that would be amazing, Raquel. A new version. Because if I remember rightly as well, I think you were starting Photoshop more at the time and you wanted to spend more time on it, I think. Yeah, I mean, that would be amazing to do like a before and after comparison. Then went to the vampire one, yeah. Okay, now we strip out all of the magic and we see what's underneath. So we take away all this. Strip it out. It looks scary when you see lots of adjustment layers, but when you've actually like when it's your own file and it's just a lot. It's a lot of stuff. But I think the hardest part navigating it is just so many layers. But you can color code them. I probably should do that really. You can color code your layers. It makes it easier to see between the different kind of things you're working on. Where's the sunset gone? All right. The before and after. Dun, 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 dun. It's fucking nuts. It's just, I love doing this, and you just. What do you reckon, Andrea? We're still going. We're pretty much done. Oh, Woa. I was like, what? What the hell's Woa? Woa. Oh, I should be in bed. Ah, it's kind of cool. A Lisbon street lamp. It's a cool lesson because I think the lighting effects are cool as it is, but then obviously you once you've done all of that, you can turn it into night as well. Do I attempt to draw eyes? Would it look silly? Let's try. Oh, don't laugh. It looks happy again. Why the fuck does it look happy? Need to make him frown. He looks like he's smiling. Oh dear. Dragon eyes. Yeah, sorry, I'm all out of dragon eyes, Kerry. I know what would make him look really menacing. It would be changing the shape of his eyelids or his eyes, which we could do actually. It's not just very difficult unless I rasterize it actually. Actually, it might be. Oh, piss. I forgot about that. That's a bit better. That's less friendly. And if I can furrow his eyebrow, if you can call it that, I think it might look even better. Let's add a little highlight. Yeah, that's better. So how do I... Oh, hang on. I've got a better idea. A little pink bow. I don't think so. Maybe we take the pupils out. There we go. Bit more menacing. And we could also add a glow. Make it glow. Should have listened to Carrie from the start, shouldn't I? Before, after, all in one session. Flip. Oh my god. I've taken the lock off the chair, so it like every time I lean back, it like fully reclines now. Oh. Well, that turned out pretty well, considering I had no bloody idea where it was going to go. Oh, I've just spotted something. Oh, God. I'm going to be a hypocrite now, Kerry. It's never going to end. It's never ending. Poppy will wake up at like 7 and I'll still be here. Like, good morning. The biggest stream? Oh, possibly. It's close, yeah. Actually, no, it might not be. It might be, yeah. I don't know if I've streamed for 6 hours before. I might have done. I'm pretty sure I streamed for 6 hours once from Costa, This is years ago. I'm amazed I managed to do it for that long on their Wi-Fi. Go to sleep, Dan. I thought you were asleep. I decided yesterday that I'm going to challenge myself to make one good thing every week. Like one thing I'm like really proud of. I do a terrible job of showcasing my work, so I'm trying to be a bit better and get some of it actually posted. But yeah, even where with busyness and work and life and stuff happening, like just every week at least one piece, just one something. Yeah, just get that popping a little bit. So here's, yeah, this is your refining. Before refining, after endless refining. Wow. Yeah, I'll do the opposite. Fine. I'll just stay up all night then. Poppy's like, why? I'll be like, Andrea told me to go to bed. So obviously I had to stay up. Rebellious as I am. Okay. Before, after. Oh, this is my favorite part. Just literally doing this. Before, after, before. I don't know if the eyes are a bit much. Oh, God. Oh, you tell I don't want to go to bed. Oh, I think the eyes are a bit much. I better stay up for another 5 hours, just tweaking the eyes. Yeah, they were a bit much. Yeah, that's way better. Such a Scorpio. What are you again? You're Sagittarius. Andrea and Raquel, you're Gemini? If I remembered that correctly. We were talking about astrology earlier. I know that Kerry's a Saggy. Yes, I got it right. Points to me. Right. I need to go to bed. It's just one more thing I gotta do. Instead of the penguin. Got to be getting close to that 2 gig limit now. I would love a cookie so much. I'm not entirely sure what this scrappiness left over is, but we'll clean it up. Two meg. Wow, that is tiny. I suppose, yeah, it's vector, isn't it? Is it all vector? Vector stuff usually is pretty small, unless you've got like a stupid amount of anchor points. Yeah, I always find it's the raster stuff that is the big files. Make it darker. Yeah, I'm going to put some curves on it. Rather than me muck around with the 3 layers, it's easier just to make it and then adjust like that in curves. God, that camera raw filter does a lot of heavy lifting, doesn't it? I think I gotta stop. I just can't. I think I need, yeah, any more is just like, what's it, diminishing returns. I don't think I'm gonna do much more in it, to be honest. I think it's turned out pretty cool. I think there's a few things I don't know, yeah. I love the rocks and the Spartan. I love the bit in the background. I think there's just something with the scorpion, or maybe it's that cave on the right. Maybe I will get rid of that cave. I don't know. But it's turned out pretty fucking good. I'm surprised. I didn't even know where that was gonna go. They normally get as far as shadows, and then it's like, oh, that's like 2 hours gone. Time for dinner. But, God, bloody hell. Yeah, I feel like about 6 hours. 6 hours is usually my sweet spot for finishing projects and things. Oh. You think so as well? The cave, yeah, I think the cave's annoying as well. Stupid cave. I think if the cave wasn't there and all this busyness disappeared, I think the scorpion would have a bit more. He'd be able to shine a little bit more. I think the cave's too close. The cave needs to go further away, actually. But I don't know how horrific that's going to be to do that at this stage. Not impossible. It's just really, really painful. Maybe not. Oh. Maybe not. Maybe because I structured my layers well like a good boy, maybe it's actually going to be easier than I thought. Oh yeah, that's way better. It's like opens it up. I think, yeah, by making it smaller, I could move it further away. I'm not sure how much excess I've got at the bottom though. And what am I going to do about the stuff in the background? What even? Ugh. See, to find something to stick in there is so hard because I've done so much retouching that I'm like, oh, how do I just get generative fill to just fill that gap in? Oh, I just can't be bothered to. I have to though. For the scorpion, who I think might be missing part of his body, unless he was generating without a proper body to begin with. Oh no, he did come with a, well, sort of proper body, I guess. Yeah. All right. All right. Let's collect my brain, and I'm going to group my layers before I attempt this, because with them grouped, I can turn everything off and on super quick. Sunburst, fog. Right, I don't know what fog you were, but we're going to group these. These are effects. We've got Spartan. I've got to make sure I don't break anything when I do this as well. Oh wait, there's splash. I might still refine that. We'll keep splash for now. Saliva. Drip. This is the really, really fun part. Glowing eyes. Yeah, that's good. Scorpion. Right. Yeah, it is that one bit that annoys me. I think I actually do really like it, apart from that rock on the right. It's funny how you figure out stuff like this as you work through it. Now, how am I going to do this? Right, Scorpion, you need to go for a minute with your saliva and your dripping stinger. Squares. So shit. Um. Uh. I have a solution. I don't know if it's a particularly elegant solution, but it will maybe work. Those rocks. What are those rocks called? They are middle. We're at the end of the process anyway now, so I'm okay taking lazy ass shortcuts. So we're going to do rocks middle. We're going to paste this in down here. And I'm going to move this over. Well, that shouldn't look like that. Why do you look like that? That's not copy merged, is it? I'm trying to copy. Yeah, edit, copy merged. It should copy this as it appears. Why is it? Why is it putting all that on it? It shouldn't look like that. Okay. Plan A, B, C, D, E, G, F. Yeah, odd, isn't it? But it's fine. I've figured it out, I think. Got a workaround. Then we'll move that over and shrink it down a bit. So these are kind of like a few sort of backgroundy rocks. Make them super small. And the sea. Yeah, it's some of these, isn't it? Which parts are it though? Are it? Oh god, I can't even speak now. I think I'm becoming delirious, Raquel. We don't really need any of this actually, so let's just get rid of all of it. Get rid. See what it does. Please get rid of it. I wonder if Andrea's still there. I wonder if she's still using this as like a meditation for sleep. Andrea, you are dreaming of cheese. The finest wheel of cheese you've ever seen. You climb up onto the cheese. You are riding the cheese down the street, and everyone is cheering for you. Oh shit! Oh shit! I was thinking, oh, she's gone. She's definitely gone. I think what you mean to say is thank you for that free meditation. Oh dear, right. What have I just done? I think I've done something. I think I need to undo that. I'm doing what? You're climbing onto the cheese and you're riding it down the street and everyone is cheering. I'm trying to give you a cheese dream. What have I done? I'm going to get rid of the C. Can I do that? Oh my god, if I do that, most of my problems go away. Why didn't I do that before? That's so much easier. For anyone joining and wondering what the hell is going on, I've been doing this for nearly 6 hours, so I'm quite tired. So, don't judge me. Yeah, maybe that works. Let's just get rid of this. Can't be asked with all this ocean, really. It's just causing problems. More trouble than it's worth. There we go. Let's just do that. Maybe it was that easy. Let me go back down here. Where's the rocks? Ah. We'll call them lazy rocks. And then we can just make it. There we go. Occupy a little bit more of that space. Maybe tilt it. Can you sing something, Dan? Oh no, we're not at that point. You don't really want that. You just want to laugh at me. And I'm not going to be the butt of your joke. I am not going to sing you a song that I just made up about you riding a wheel of cheese down the street. Maybe one day, but it will not be this day. You'll probably like tag it and like record it and just play it over and over in the Discord. I'll never hear the end of it. Right, I think the only other thing that needs to go there, because nothing makes sense now. We need some fog, because there's no fog back here, so this whole fogginess doesn't make any sense. We don't want to laugh. We hate laughing. Yes, I 100% believe you. Got to be careful laughing. Too much fun is bad for you. Right. Oh, this is a fog brush I was looking for earlier. It's actually quite a good one. It's not less of a stampy one and more of a brushy washy one. Yeah, it's really nice actually. Really good if you want to get a bit more artistic and creative. And maybe we can do some above. It's the wrong one. Right, I think we're nearly there. What is this thing down here though? Oh god, there's more. It's way better. Look at the difference. Boom. It's got some breathing space. No problem now is I've run out of sunset. So I'm going to see if I can enlist the help of Gen Phil to give me more beautiful sunset. Why is Gen Phil not there? Oh, right. Yeah. Gotta have a new layer. Oh, no, I like the cliff. It fell off the chair. What happened? What happened on Wednesday? I don't even know what day is it now? What happened Wednesday? Oh, okay. My brain was like, what happened? What did Poppy post? Um, that wasn't very good. Oh, nice. Do you get to see them often? That's better. Oh, nice. That must have been nice then. Let's try clouds instead. Hmm. How do I get more clouds? Oh, I can't be asked to do this manually. What if I can just do it lazily? I'm right at the end now, and I just want to finish this bit up and then try and get some sleep. I wonder if I can just lazily do this. It's just for the bit behind. Yeah, it's just to bring it something down a bit lower here. Yes. That'll do. It's like a murkiness back there. I'm not entirely sure what it is. What's that? What is that? Ah, it's that flipping thing. Hmm. Yuki's stranded. Maybe he is stranded. And this thing has come to finish him off. I'm okay, but we can change the narrative. Oh, I'm okay with that. There we go. The only other thing I'd need to add now, though, is some more sunbursts. It should be pretty easy, though. Yeah, I've gone from really not feeling too sure about this whole thing actually to really loving that just by changing the cliff. Could still have a mate, little Spartan mate jumping on, getting ready to like leap onto the Scorpion. Yeah, and I'm okay. Got a bit of breathing space up there. Just a weird, interesting composition as well. You got like the structure in the background that's totally central, but then this whole composition is just all over the place. Mix of different angles, and there's the before, which is just crazy, really. Oh, bloody hell. Do you know, I surprise myself sometimes. I spent so many years struggling to create things kind of as I wanted them to look. And I've definitely gotten a lot better at it now, and it's the more I do this, the easier it gets as well. It's a good thing about these streams is that when you do it live, you're sort of forcing yourself to be locked in. Do you know what I mean? Like it's not like I can get into a stream and be like, oh well, I guess I'm gonna give up then. So it just forces you to go forward and you have to just figure it out. There's no backing out. Yeah, I'm gonna call that done. I don't think I'm gonna do any more work on that. I could go and refine lighting on rocks and things if I really cared, but I don't know if I do. Oh, actually, there is one thing that would look sick. Oh no, sorry, I lied. There's just one more thing, just promise, it's just one that would look really, really cool. And that would be if I could somehow make the stinger look like it was translucent. There's a way to do it, it's just finding the right technique. So, what's this? Let's add. Is it 7 hours? I don't even know how long it's been now. Let's try. Let's try a harder brush. Try and get the blending mode right first as well. Ooh, it's a hard one. Oh, it might be hard light. I'm gonna have to give it to hard light, I think. Let's try this. So we're gonna have like a little one of those, and then we're gonna add a mask. And that. And then oof, nope. That'd be a really cool technique. I just need to try and figure it out. Ah, that's the one. That's the one. And then I think if I blur it. Because if it's translucent, it would be sort of under the surface, so you wouldn't be able to see it as clearly, I don't think. Sort of like that. And then we'd crank the hardness. There's a way to do it. It's just figuring out the right technique. I wonder if it's like this. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Holy shit, I didn't even realize I did it. And then this creates that yeah, this is what I was going for, but I just accidentally stumbled into it. Oh dear, that's hilarious. I was like doing it in reverse without realizing. Blur it more. I don't like. If I blur it more, I'm gonna have to make the. No, if I blur it more, I need to make these bits more pronounced. I think I had an idea in my head and it didn't quite turn out how I thought, but it turned out really good still. And then if I just add some like yellow or something. Color dodge is actually such a good adjustment layer. I don't know if I've gone too far or not. Yeah, it is a little bit like a lantern, isn't it? And I don't know, I think that might be what I was going for, but maybe it looked different in my head. Or maybe we just, there we go. We just get it off the outside and keep it a bit more localized to the stingery thing. And then just, it's got to have some glow, hasn't it? It kind of contextualizes the dripping thing a bit more. Yeah, sometimes it is just a case of playing around with blending modes. You just have to try and find the right combination. Glowing stinger. The problem is when you add a glowing thing, you then need to add the glow that it casts onto the stuff nearby. It's a bit better. Yeah, it's become a little bit of a light emitter. Whether that was intentional or not, I don't know. And just like the eyes, I think I'm just going to just try and drop the vibrancy a little bit. Or is that going to make the colors go weird? Do you know, I might go original Stinger, I think. I think I'm gonna. Yeah, it's too attention grabbing now. It's too much. It's too much. Oh well. There's a fun little tangent. Where's it gone? Glowing Stinger. Go back to original Stinger. There we go. That's fine. That is fine. I'll leave the glow on there because it kind of could be the sun. Just as easily, right. I think I need to go to bed. I think I have gone way past it now. Let's get version 10 in. Yeah, let me know how you get on with it, Raquel. Womp womp womp. Just gotta brush this back in now. There we go. There we go. Oh dear. What are you doing now? You going to bed as well? What time is it in Portugal? Are you 1 hour ahead than the UK? Oh my God, that'd be 4:15. Oh, same as there. Yeah, 3:15. Oh, I love doing this. So that was the first finished. More refine, 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 refine. Yeah. This bit here is like a perfect example of the refine section in any of the project modules in the course. Just that whole bit is like your refine section, but it's different for every project. So it's like one of those things that you can sort of try and focus on it as best you can, but you can't give specific like do this, do that like you can in the other steps because everyone's project's going to be different. There we go. I'm happy with that. I will gladly call it a day and go to bed. Yeah, it's it's lots of things. Like I didn't want the cliff blocking this. I didn't want the Spartan to get lost with the claw here. The stinger needed to kind of come up and have some sort of prominence as well. So yeah, it is like design. It's a different type of design, but it's just still trying to make sure everything has its moment. Everything gets seen and heard. You know, the Spartan stands out. His very dark, thin spear stands out, and just using highlights and fog and things, and a little bit of focus, depth of field adjustment and stuff, just enables everything in the scene to stand out. I think that's the main thing. Otherwise, it just kind of blends into the scene and gets lost. You're happy with that? Okay, good. We'll agree. We're both happy with where it's landed, and we're now going to go and have lots of lovely sleep. You tell a story. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A lot of this stuff that I love to do is like video game inspired. So like I either watch movies or play video games, and I just love the music and I get inspired, and so it always ends up being some sort of epic something or other. But yeah, if you can like concoct some sort of story or narrative in your head, it makes it easier to design things because then you can, if you've got like a narrative, you can make it make sense. Like, oh, why is this person here? What would he be doing? Should that thing do that? Yeah, yeah, you're right. It's the same as design. You're guiding their eye. That's why these cliffs were such a good idea, like a framing device, because they sort of, excuse me, guide the viewer's eye to the center, and then that thing is looking up at once you're spot on. Oh yeah, doing this is fun, but doing it with music is probably one of my favorite things in the world to do. Is to put headphones in and just I don't even know where that 6.5, 7 hours went. I got no idea. Yeah. When you say perspective, do you mean like what angling the scorpion or just the whole like composition? It's hard because sometimes you can visualize bits of it at the beginning, but not the whole thing, and other times you just can't because you could once you do this, like that is step one, just composing the scene. but it's really hard to know where it's going to go. So with this first step, I always say to people, just make sure you got the bits in the right place. Like, is this fella sized correctly, angled correctly? Even if you can't see like the end vision always. This is nothing like what I thought it would be. In my head, I was going to do black and red Japanese themed, and we've ended up with bloody Spartans and a giant scorpion. So there you go. Oh. Yeah, yeah, music definitely helps. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah, he's pretty beefy. He takes up a lot of the space. Right. Oh, thank you everyone for watching. If you made it this far, flipping out, have a medal. Thank you, Raquel, sticking with me to the end. You absolute legend. We both get virtual cookies. Oh yeah. A samurai would be really cool. I did do a samurai one once that's very similar to this with the whole reds and oranges. Right. I guess I love you and leave you. This has been fun. I'm slowly falling asleep. All right. I will catch you later. Probably in the Discord tomorrow. Bye.